Network, Blaine Grisak, who is a Downtown Rams contributor, and Devin Jackson, who's a writer and contributor for Blue Chip Scouting. Jake, I'm going to give the floor to you because you orchestrated this whole thing. So, where are you, and are you excited for this draft to start or what?
Yeah, I am in my parents' basement just like last year. But I'm excited for this draft to start. We've all gone through, watched the film. I think that we're going to see a lot of, interesting things happen tonight. This is a really unprecedented event, in a sense where you're now watching a draft that is going to be entirely virtual. Not, there's not going to be a war room necessarily. We saw earlier today the Rams posted, Sean McVay, he had a laptop set up with external monitors like I have, and he had one that had offensive because they create their own boards, of course. So he had an offensive draft board, a defensive draft board, and then he had the live draft board, which is like what is happening with the NFL. So this is really unprecedented, and I think it's going to add to the excitement tonight. We've never seen anything like this, and the prospects, and we've interviewed a lot of them. The prospects haven't gone through anything like this, so it's a shortened draft the process was shortened. A lot of these guys haven't, they weren't able to meet with teams personally. It's like hiring, or rather going through marriage without knowing the person, basically, and that's what these teams are going to have to do today. A lot of them haven't met in person with anybody that they're going to draft, and that's different than any other year.
Yeah, and you make a good point there. There's a lot of teams this year, I'd say more so than other years, without a first round pick, which means as well in the first round. Yumi and Blaine are all Rams fans, so we're pretty used to not having a pick in the first round. But Nick, you are a Steelers fan. Your team doesn't have a first round pick.
Yeah, no, we're out of the first round, but I wouldn't regret it. Minka Fitzpatrick's pretty good, but nothing we've really ever experienced. We haven't had a first round pick since I think like the '60s, so it's new stuff to me.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're pretty used to it over here, us Rams fans. But Devin, how are you doing? Are you excited for this draft to start?
Yeah, for sure. My team is the Saints. We have the 24th overall pick. So it should be interesting to see who we end up drafting. We only have a year left of Drew Brees. Um, and we have Taysom Hill as a backup, so we may go and replace him. But if we're in the win now mode, positions of need, we need like a linebacker, potentially another receiver, things like that. Potentially another offensive lineman. So it should be interesting to see what direction the Saints go. But I'm excited to see where everyone falls in the draft. Like we were talking beforehand, it's completely high. He's probably going to go number one to the Bengals. But if he doesn't, that can change the whole dynamic and shift of everything. So I expect to see something like that tonight, whether it's, you know, maybe a star player falling that we expected to go in the top five, or a player. Uh, so there's a lot of NFL teams up there that are saying that, based on what the media is saying, that night might not necessarily be exactly where they have their players rated. So it'll be interesting to see where everybody falls tonight.
And it's going to be interesting to see what quarterbacks go in the first round. I think the first round locks are kind of Burrow, Tua, and Justin Herbert. But Blaine, do you think that there's any other quarterbacks that sneak their way into the first round?
I think you have to look at Jordan Love. He's a guy that, you look at his physical attributes. He has the arm. Just seems like a guy that NFL teams and, scouts have fallen in love with over this whole process. So I wouldn't be surprised if he sneaks in there to maybe New England at the end of the first round, or, maybe, like a couple years ago when Patrick Mahomes went in the top, I think like 15, and he was expected to go at the end of the first round. Maybe a team trades up and takes Jordan Love. I think he'll be a name to keep an eye on for sure.
Definitely. Is there anyone who thinks that Cincinnati might not take Joe Burrow at number one?
No.
Zero.
I would highly doubt that. I think that he's kind of the consensus number one overall quarterback. He's from Ohio. We know that the Bengals like him, so we'll see. I think that it's also safe to say that Chase Young is probably a lock at number 2. But I guess I'll ask Jake about this. But do you see any situation where the Dolphins trade up to take a quarterback?
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see that. I think if they really feel like they have to trade up before the Chargers do, because I mean, let's be honest here, the Giants aren't taking one. They got Daniel Jones last year. I mean, we saw that. So I think if they trade up to 3, it's simply so the Chargers can't trade up to 3. I don't know, and we don't really know which quarterback they like. Everyone speculates Tua. I'd be willing not to sell my soul on it, but I'd be willing to bet that the Miami Dolphins might like another quarterback more than Tua. I think all of this has been smokescreen to me, and I think at the end of the day, I think they actually do covet Justin Herbert. I think if they were to go out and trade for the 3rd overall pick, I think the thing is they don't want to actually give up number 5. I think it would be in an effort to acquire the 1st overall pick from Cincinnati to draft Burrow. I don't see that happening. I think Cincinnati has been, pretty much sold on Burrow. He's a can't miss prospect in my opinion. You see what Patrick Mahomes did in the Super Bowl and how he works off schedule. You can't let somebody like a Burrow go. In my opinion, when he's sitting right there, he's in your lap. You went through a brutal year. You owe it to your fans to finally enough with the Andy Daltons, enough with these, average journeyman quarterbacks. Go out and get your franchise quarterback, and that is Joe Burrow.
I agree. I've heard some speculation about, Miami potentially trying to trade up to take the number 1 overall pick to take Burrow. But I just don't think that Cincinnati is going to be willing to let him go. But as far as, top 5 trades or picks, Nick, do you think that we're going to see anyone trade into the top 5 or anyone trade out of the top 5?
So kind of a tough one. We've seen some teams that are theorized to maybe come up. Atlanta's been one that's come up recently that we haven't seen. They would obviously have to make a huge jump up from 16. I think they could do it theoretically, but they don't have a ton of draft capital. So that's kind of the problem with that. If one team does, I think Detroit leaves the top 5. Perhaps if the Chargers come up from 6, I think that's a possibility that the Chargers do come up from 6. The Jaguars have had some rumors. I don't buy the Jaguars rumors. I think the Jaguars are going to stand pat at 9. But I think the one you could see get out of there is Detroit, and the Chargers probably coming up for them.
I could definitely see that. And I also think there's been some speculation about maybe the Lions taking a quarterback. Devin, do you think that maybe the Lions try and draft Stafford's replacement, or do you think that they won't?
I feel like either way they're gonna go excuse me. They're gonna go defend. Sorry. Give me 1 second here.
You all right there, man?
Yeah, hold on.
The pressure's mounting, guys.
But yeah, so basically it's 7:11 right now my time, so it's 8:11 Eastern, 6:11 Pacific. I know that we're all kind of like spread across time zones. But as when the draft starts, it's just the setup list for us is just going to be pretty informal. We're going to just kind of talk about the picks, analyze the picks. People will be hopping in and out. We have some people who are going to be joining us later. So for everyone watching, feel free to comment on all of our social media platforms. I'm going to ask Jake in a second to list those because I honestly, there's a lot to remember. We're pretty much streaming on everything. But yeah, we're just going to keep it pretty informal. We're going to have fun. We're home like everybody else watching the draft. So I guess real quick, I'll give it back to Devin and ask him to finish his thought on if the Lions could potentially draft a quarterback.
I think they're gonna go defensive route in this draft. There's just so many. They have a pick. I mean, they could potentially go Derek Brown at that 3 spot, or they could go Jeff Okudah. A lot of people have been thinking that Jeff Okudah will probably be the pick at 3, but I don't really see them going quarterback in this draft. I don't think they're ready to. I guess move on from Stafford or kind of divert their attention from Stafford. I think that they'll give him another opportunity to try and build something with the Lions. Now, I mean, they could potentially take a quarterback later on, and maybe develop him, but I don't think they're going to spend that first round pick on a quarterback. I think I see them going defensively. Matt Patricia's defensive minded, and they have two guys in that top five spot that they could really go for, in Derek Brown and Jeff Okuda, potentially even Isaiah Simmons. So I think there's too much defensive star power in that area to pass up on that. And they don't really need a quarterback necessarily right now. So
Yeah. Yeah, I would tend to agree. I don't think that they will. I personally don't think that they'll take a quarterback as well, but it's about 15 minutes into the draft. What do you guys think? You think that the first pick's going to happen soon, or?
Yeah, you have to imagine that
Mhm.
Burrow's going to come off quickly, right? I mean, they've already informed him. I mean, it makes sense.
I hope they don't do that thing where like Cincinnati takes 10 minutes off the clock to build suspense. When we all know who they're going to pick, unless they truly aren't taking Burrow, which again I don't think is going to happen. Um, but we'll see. That should start any second right now. I don't even think the Bengals are officially on the clock.
mm,
I will say this: they're showing a screen right now full of Bengals fans, and a lot of them have homemade Burrow jerseys. So
They're
I
gonna
love
be finally
that.
disappointed if they don't take Joe Burrow.
you
oh,
have
this
to now wonder what would happen if they didn't take Joe Burrow, which again, I would be willing to bet in a large amount of money that Joe Burrow is the pick here. But we've seen crazier things happen in the draft.
Yeah, we definitely have. I mean, we saw, if you remember, the 49ers held that one pick high from the Bears, and the Bears traded up one spot. They gave up like a third round pick to acquire Mitch Trubisky. So we've seen crazier things happen. We've seen, for instance, the Saints, they trade two picks and go up and get a guy that, I really liked, but and now of course his name escapes me, from UTSA, but they traded two first round picks to go up and get him, Marcus Davenport. There we go. I mean, we've seen it all really, with the draft. I mean, the Rams trade wasn't during the draft, of course, but the Rams did trade and get Jared Goff. So I think it's definitely, really anything can happen. I wouldn't be shocked if really anything happens. I wouldn't be shocked. The thing that's really interesting is, we're hitting that part where it almost seems like everybody has their franchise quarterback. And I think it's kind of weird to say that, but there's not enough quarterbacks coming from college and enough spots, in the NFL. So I think, you could have a Jordan Love, who many think are going to, you know, could end up starting and be, a valuable player. You could have him sitting behind, a Tom Brady, or you could have him sitting behind a Drew Brees. I think it's entirely possible that's the case.
That is true. Cincinnati is on the clock, and they are showing some animated sim-like versions of Bengals fans with bags over their heads. So that's how this is starting for the Bengals. Yeah, I don't. That was kind of my thing earlier when I was talking about the Lions. If maybe they were to take a quarterback to kind of sit behind Stafford, or something like that. They're showing Joe Burrow on the screen now. He's not on the phone, which is kind of what I figured Cincinnati was going to build suspense and but while we wait on this pick, I want to ask Blaine, because he is also a Rams fan. Do you think there's any situation that the Rams trade in the first round tonight?
I don't know. I wrote an article about this on Dynasty Rams earlier this week, and I had Jalen Reagor and Mekhi Becton as two guys, and Cesar Ruiz as two guys, or as three guys that I would trade up for if they fell into like the 25 to 32 range. I think those are guys you have to consider. I mean, the Rams traded Brandon Cooks, and Reagor would take that spot immediately and potentially be an upgrade down the line. And Becton would be, I think, if you could trade Rob Havenstein. You could put Becton at right tackle, and he would make sense, be an immediate upgrade on the offensive line, and then Ruiz on the interior would be incredible. But I just think, this is a team without a lot of draft picks, so I think there's more of a chance of them trading back from 52 or 57 than trading up into the first round.
I agree. I don't think that they'll trade up in the first round. I really don't want them to, because I have to think about what we'd have to give up. And I just don't want to give anything else up.
Yeah, I'd
So
rather not trade up into the first round. A win for me, when you don't have a pick in the first round, a win for me is not acquiring a pick in the first round. The Rams have 2 second-round picks. They have 2 third-round picks. They have a 4th-round pick. They don't have a 5th-round pick. I would like them to trade down at some point. I think they will. Just acquire more picks. This is a draft look. Like, you're going to get a starting caliber player in the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, and maybe even the 5th round. This is a legendary wide receiver class. And because of that, it's going to push other positions down the board. You could get a value tackle. You could get a value interior offensive lineman, defensive lineman, corner. I just think, like, to me, I wouldn't trade up in the first round, because the drop off, in my opinion, between, somebody like Rager and somebody like, Pittman and Diamond Peoples-Jones, in my opinion, I don't think is significant. So, if we were talking about DK Metcalf being there, that'd be different. I gave him a generational prospect grade. I would totally do that trade. However, I don't really see anybody that's going to be in that spot that's like generational talent. And so I would say no. That's just my take on trading into the first round.
yeah, I don't think that the Rams will do it. And I think we've gotten pretty used to not having a pick in the first round. I would say,
Yeah.
we discussed this before, earlier, that we haven't had a first round pick in 4 years, 4 drafts. So it's all good. It's just the way of life that we've gotten used to. But I want to know why Cincinnati hasn't even called Joe Burrow yet.
Because
Like, come
they're
on,
heartless. I don't know what else to say.
we've been waiting. It seems like 2 years for this draft with everything going on in the world, and you guys are making us wait longer to get it started.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe they're doing that purposely so they don't catch ESPN with Joe Burrow on the phone, I guess, to build the suspense. It probably won't call him until 2 minutes left.
I could definitely see that. I think you're on the right track there. I think we saw that. Was it Johnny Manziel years ago? Yeah, I could definitely see that, because they were like, we didn't even see you take the call. And he said, like, when they interviewed him, and like, yeah, they I don't know, they must have showed me like when I was off the phone or something. So, you don't always see the phone call, but
Right. But for the drama, if they didn't pick Joe Burrow, that would be pretty crazy.
that
Pretty
was
crazy. I mean, you play up Miami, try and trade up to 2. Like, the Redskins would get hella offers. Like, it'd be insane.
Right. I could see, I think that they obviously take Burrow, but the only situation where maybe they don't is if they get an offer from Miami or even the Chargers or somebody, and maybe like 2 first-round picks, a couple second. I don't know. They'd have to get a lot in return. So I don't think they do it, but we have 4 minutes now basically left in the clock, and they still haven't picked.
I just got a message, and they were wondering, what is Zach Taylor looking at? Like,
Right.
there is nothing else to look at. Like, it's either Joe Burrow or Chase Young. I mean,
oh yeah, no, that's funny. Well, I just I saw here Bob Mio Martino on Facebook. You always take the clock just in case you get the Godfather offer, and I totally agree with him. I think at this point, we've heard the speculation, all that. We don't know if behind the scenes, the Cincinnati Bengals are trying to come to an agreement with the Dolphins right now. Like, we don't know. We're just assuming because we don't have the information. I think it makes sense. I was just more so, making a joke about it, about them being heartless. I mean, like, I would probably wait until the end if I wasn't sure 100% if I was taking the kid, but I think they are. So,
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. Maybe they're waiting in case they get the magical 3 first-round picks, 2 second round, some crazy offer. But if even then, if I'm the Bengals, I still take Burrow. So I'm sure that they're just maybe building suspense, waiting it out.
Yeah, don't be like the Saints in 1998 and trade every pick known to mankind to the Washington Redskins for Ricky Williams or whoever they picked, whoever they selected.
Yeah, don't do
was-
that.
That was a
That those never like they always turn out well for the other team.
I feel like if you get more than 2 or 3 draft picks, I think you're winning that trade for anybody.
The pick is in. So it's Joe Burrow because the pick is in. So now we know.
We'll see.
I'm going through these comments. They're guys, if I don't reply to your comment, I apologize. We have everything kind of posted all over social media, so I'm trying to get to everyone's comments, but I appreciate them. Keep it up. Like this is awesome. Kind of overwhelming, but awesome. Let's see. All right. That is funny when you think about it. Jose Morin just said, well, the Bengals had been on the clock since the season ended.
Right.
Basically.
I mean, yeah, basically. It is
That's
funny
the
when you
thing
think
with
about it like that.
with those first round picks. It's like you've had a lot of time to make your pick, guys. You're the
This is
first.
this would be so embarrassing for ESPN. They show all this Joe Burrow stuff, and then he doesn't even get selected 1 overall.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm thinking. They're showing all these Burrow highlights and his speech, and what if it's not?
You see,
I was watching Draft Day today, and they were talking about this guy named Bo Callahan the entire time, and he didn't go number 1 overall. It was kind of crazy.
Wait, the
There you
movie
go.
Draft Day? I don't
Yeah.
think I've ever seen that. I don't know why.
You've
I
never
just-
seen
I've
Draft?
never-
It's kind of a terrible movie, but it's the draft, so I watched it.
Here it goes.
There we go. You got it. Joe Burrow.
So now in that
There we go.
division, you have some top-notch quarterbacks.
So, Devin, I want to hear your thoughts on this pick. The Bengals have just selected Joe Burrow number 1 overall. I mean, what are your thoughts?
It's been pretty much expected since probably December once the Bengals got the number 1 pick pretty much sealed. I think that over the last couple of weeks, I've seen a lot of people have some really bad takes on Burrow. That he doesn't have the biggest arm. It's a 1-year wonder, stuff like that. He showed a lot of progression from last year to this year, but he was getting adjusted to a new scheme, new players, new coaches. So we saw this year with the fruition of him being able to uh, extend plays as we did a lot, keep his eyes downfield, make the perfect pass, step up in big moments for LSU. And I expect him to come in and bring a fire and um, really reignite the Cincinnati Bengals. I mean, under Andy Dalton, they became pretty stagnant. So I expect him to make those dazzling plays. He'll make mistakes. He's playing in a tough AFC North. You got to play the Steelers and Ravens and Browns. So I don't expect them to be a playoff team or anything like that, but he will make plays. And I think that this is the pick that the Bengals needed to make. And now it's time to head into a new direction with Zach Taylor, who, helped engineer Jared Goff to one of his best seasons. Um, and take that next step to be a great player in the NFL. So Burrow to the Bengals was expected. I think that he'll fare well with the Bengals.
Do you think that this is the end for Dalton in Cincinnati, or do you think they keep Andy Dalton around, potentially even have Burrow sit behind him? Or do you think, the Bengals will look to shop Andy Dalton?
When you take a quarterback number 1 overall, it's a lot of pressure to play him immediately. I think they'll keep him around because despite Joe Burrow being number 1 pick, he still needs to learn the ropes. He still needs to learn how to be a quarterback in the NFL, I think Andy Dalton is the perfect mentor for that to help him along the process and to keep Andy Dalton around should something happen to Burrow if he gets injured or something like that. You still have a starting caliber quarterback waiting in the wings. But I don't see him being past on the Bengals roster past this season.
Yeah, and Nick, I want to ask you because you're a Steelers fan, so you've got Burrow coming into your division now. What are your thoughts on Burrow going to the Bengals?
Yeah, not too happy that he's going to be in the division. I love Joe Burrow. Does everything well, right? I mean, that's great outside the pocket. Joe Burrow, they cite the 1 year production, but when you look at that 2018 team, he was pretty good there too. He looked like an NFL quarterback, maybe not first overall, but he did look like an NFL quarterback. So Burrow's going to be a game changer in Cincinnati as long as they don't issue him and really just make him just retire like Andrew Luck did with the Colts. They'll be fine. But I mean, this is the Bengals, so let's hope that doesn't happen because they've had a history of kind of screwing things up, unfortunately.
You got that right.
I mean, fortunately with that, but Bengals fan.
We do have the Redskins pick in, which was quicker than we got the Bengals.
They said, "Oh, you got Burrow. We're getting Young."
Yep. I think majority of us probably agree that Chase Young is probably going to the Redskins. Is there any situation here where maybe, I guess I'll ask Jake this, but is there any situation where they maybe don't take Young, maybe they take like a Kudo or Simmons?
I don't know if you saw it. They just compared Joe Burrow to Jared Goff, so I don't even know what to say to that. But I don't think there's any chance that I don't think there's any chance at all that Chase Young isn't a Redskin. To me, I think it's a no-brainer pick. You have a defensive-minded head coach now in Ron Rivera. I know people were talking about, may not be sold on Dwayne Haskins, which I don't really subscribe to the idea that Dwayne Haskins isn't a franchise quarterback. But regardless, I don't think they're going to pick a quarterback. I don't think that there's anybody worth picking at number 2 right now. And Chase Young was my number 1 player on the board, Joe Burrow being number 2. So you flip-flop them because, of course, we know how important, a franchise quarterback is in this league. That has to be the pick, in my opinion.
Well, we'll see. The pick is in. They've got Joe Burrow now.
Yeah, interviewing Burrow.
If they don't take Young here, it's a mistake. Because Haskins improved over the last stretch of the season. He was actually has very good accuracy numbers overall across the board. So build around Dwayne for sure. They're
just confusing though, because if you look, I mean, they let. I don't know why, but they let his quarterback coach leave. I didn't get that. I mean, I'm glad because he's with the Rams now, but I didn't really understand that. So I don't know. Quarterback coach turned OC after they let go of what's his face, Jay Gruden. So
yeah, we'll see though. We'll see. Hopefully has the tools to succeed.
Yeah, I kind of think that we need to give Haskins another year. I think people were really quick to kind of get on his case last year. But sometimes it takes some time. Also, the team that he had around him, I think, is going to be better this year as well. So we'll see. But Chase Young. So I'm not sure if Chase Young is from Ohio. Does anybody know that if he's from Ohio or just went to Ohio State?
No, he's from Maryland, I think. So he'll be playing for his team here.
Yeah, he was teammates with Markelle Fultz in high school. Markelle Fultz goes number 1 overall. Chase Young's going number 2 overall in 2 different sports. Pretty crazy.
Chase Young is on the phone, so it does appear that Chase Young was just drafted by the Redskins, but they haven't announced it, but he's on the phone.
Jake, you said about them comparing Burrow to Jared Goff. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm not trying to get the whole Rams universe hating me, but man, I got news for you. Joe Burrow is a completely different thing than Jared Goff. Okay, Joe Burrow works off schedule. Okay, he's a king off schedule. Jared Goff doesn't work as well off schedule. So God, I don't think it's fair to Jared Goff to even put those guys in the same sentence. I mean, Joe Burrow hasn't even played yet, in the NFL. So, I don't know. I hate those comparisons, man.
Well, they're showing the Redskins, Ron Rivera, the coach, and then the VP player personnel are not on the phone anymore. So pick is in. I think we can probably figure this out.
That's a cool little board. It's Chase Young.
I
Did
just
not
want to
see that coming.
interject here. How about that D line that Washington now has? My
Yeah.
God, they have Kerrigan, Sweat, Ioannidis, Payne, and Allen, along with Young now, all along that defensive line. That's in contention for the best defensive line in the NFL. I mean, legitimately, it has everything you would want. I mean, at all spots up and down the line, you have pass rush presence, and that's something that when you have guys like Carson Wentz in the division, you're going to need it.
Imagine the stunts and twists that they can run. They can line up Chase Young on the inside, outside, stand him up. I mean, he can do a little bit of everything. So that should be interesting to see, especially for teams in NFC East. I mean, you got a couple mobile quarterbacks in Dak Prescott and Carson Wentz. So you're going to need pass rushers to chase them down and really keep them inside the pocket, and also have the athletes to chase them out of the pocket and force pressure. So the Redskins defensive line is going to be one to be reckoned with for sure.
Yeah, well, and Blaine, I wanted to ask you about this and your thoughts on Chase Young and just kind of the player he is and, what impact he'll make for the Redskins, because he's clearly a beast. I mean, he's the best defensive player in this draft by far.
Yeah, I mean, like Jake said, like he's arguably the best player in this draft, and for the Redskins to sit there at 2 and get him is incredible. Like Ron Rivera's head coach, he's gonna love him. You look at these Ohio State defensive ends that came out. Last year they had Bosa, and this year, I mean, Young is just as good probably as a prospect. So yeah, he's gonna be a game changer. And like Nick was saying, this is arguably one of the best defensive lines in the NFL. And when you're in the NFC East with Carson Wentz, Dak Prescott, you need pass rushers. So, I mean, the Redskins are picking number 2 this year, but I think they're a team they're on the up and up. They got their coach, they have their quarterback in Haskins. Now they have their star on defense and Young. They're a team that can, I think, be ready to compete this year.
That is a good point. I definitely agree. We have the Lions on the clock now. They're at about 2 minutes left. This is where it's not I personally think they're going to take Jeff Okudah. Maybe in Isaiah.
Were they just showing him like on the phone?
Jeff?
Who was that?
My TV, I think, is behind yours for some reason.
I don't even know what I just saw.
Well, I think, was that Young or no?
I couldn't tell because there was another guy on the side holding the phone, so I don't know if it was just.
Young.
Well, looks like the pick is in, so it looks like the Lions are going to stay.
They're not trading it.
So it's okay, no problem. This could also be a surprise. Derek Brown could come off the board here.
Yeah, I could definitely see that with with what Patricia, obviously, his defensive mindset. And I gotta say, that defensive line looked really stout, back when they had like A'Shawn Robinson and they had Snacks, but I don't really see it now. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I feel like I don't even think a Derek Brown pick would be horrible. My only thing is I don't feel like Derek Brown is like a close to generational prospect like I feel about Jeff Okudah. I think Jeff Okudah might be the best cornerback I've watched in 6 years. I feel that highly about him.
Yeah, I mean, that's who in all my mocks I've done, I've had them taking him. I mean, I think it's going to be somebody a defensive player. So whether that's him or Simmons or Brown or whoever, but the pick is in. So, and it didn't seem to take them super long. Also, is it just me or does the clock seem shorter than normal?
It does seem shorter.
I think it is.
Yeah, it does seem to be moving pretty fast.
Yeah, just just to throw this out here, the defensive line right now, if it's not Jeff Okuda and if it is Derek Brown, defensive line right now is Danny Shelton, John Atkins, Romeo Aquara, Austin Bryant, Deshaun Hand, of course, is on that line as well as Trey Flowers. But I feel like they are missing somebody, and I feel like Derek Brown would make sense. I don't think there's a huge drop off though. Later on, I'm a big fan of Marlon Davidson. I think he would fit well there. The other Auburn defensive lineman, as well as McTelvin Ajim, maybe in the 4th round. And it's Jeff Okuda.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Makes perfect sense.
First
Yeah,
3
trade.
players all played at Ohio State at some point. That's crazy.
Yep. Well, Nick, I want to hear your thoughts on this pick because, like we said, this could have gone a couple different ways, but why do you think they went with Okuda?
I just think when you look at Jeff Okuda, this guy's, I think he's either the 2nd or the 3rd best true prospect in the class. He can do anything you want as a cornerback. He can play off man. He's got the length to play press. He's fluid. He's got great ball skills, great instincts. When you look at Okuda, maybe the worst thing is that he's not a great tackler, but after trading Darius Slay away, you have to get that cornerback, especially in a Patriots-like scheme. That secondary is the most important part of the scheme. Okuda can be Matt Patricia's Stephon Gilmore, and I think that's what he's trying to do here by adding Okuda. Slam dunk pick for me. I love Jeff Okuda, and I love his fit in Detroit.
Me too. And Devin, just to kind of double down on that, I mean, do you think that there's a particular reason they picked him over like a Derek Brown or an Isaiah Simmons?
I think that filling that corner need and someone that is I think I know we use the word generational a lot, but I think Okuda is a generational corner. Just how dominant he was in college and how he pretty much locks down one side of the field, how he was out on the island pretty much all season long making plays. Teams were literally scared to throw his way. I think that this needed to be done. I think, the interior defensive lineman group in the draft, you can still get, a solid player when the Lions come back up for their 2nd round pick. I think that they can still continually fill out their needs that they have defensively later in the draft. And you'll find contributors that can come in and immediately play. So really it came down to best player available, and Jeff Okuda was the best player available. You can't pass up on that. But I think that things are going to start getting interesting now at this 4 pick with the Giants especially, because we don't know who they're going to pick. They could go offensive line. They could go Simmons. And depending on who they pick, that's kind of going to set the course into the next one.
What would you say? We have the Giants on the clock now. Blaine, what do you think they do? Do you think they stay here or do you think they trade?
It's interesting because like they could easily take an Isaiah Simmons, who's a generational talent, I think, at linebacker. They could go offensive line and take like I've been mocking them back then, but they could easily take like a Jedrick Willis or Tristan Wirfs or somebody, or there is a trade back option, or trade back option. Maybe a team like the Chargers tries to trade up ahead of Miami to take somebody like Tua. So I'm sure they'll be up there. They'll be on the phones, and I'm sure they're getting tons of offers. But yeah, I think the draft is getting really interesting here in the top 5 because this Giants pick I think is wide open. They could do basically anything, taking linebacker, offensive line, or that trade back.
I think the correct decision here is to go tackle. Simmons is great. I just think it's tough to project where Simmons is going to play in the NFL. Because he doesn't fit as a linebacker, because he doesn't take on blocks very well. Doesn't fit the run great, but he's a little too big to be a safety. He's a little bit too tight hip, so it's kind of weird for Simmons. I have too many variables with him to take him here at 4. I would go Wills or Wirfs. That's my opinion, though. I would go Wills or Wirfs here.
Yeah,
I definitely think they pick Jedrick Wills. Sorry, Alexis, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, it's okay. I think that they will take a tackle, although I have been having them take Simmons because to me, when I heard that the Giants were looking to trade down, I kind of took that as maybe they weren't super invested in taking one of the top tackles there. But I think it'll definitely be either an offensive tackle or Isaiah Simmons.
Yeah, I mean, what I look at, what is really key here is like I have Tristan Wirfs as the number one tackle on my board. I think from what I've been seeing is that they like Jedrick Wills the most. Ben Albright has come out and said like he would probably lean towards them going with Wills. I trust Ben. He's a friend of the show. But I mean, at the same time, I'm just kind of like, I don't know how you pass on Simmons when what they have. I mean, I'm looking at this depth chart and I'm just thinking, David Mayo, Blake Martinez, like I know you paid Blake Martinez, but like David Mayo, Ryan Connolly, who's a 5th-round pick, and our guy Josiah Tauefa. I don't know if they have that true inside backer that is going to allow them to play like, a sideline to sideline guy. I don't think Blake Martinez is it. And I think, having guys like a Deion Jones type of linebacker that can go sideline to sideline, that has the versatility. I think right now that's what the Giants need. I think when they had, when they got Jabril Peppers, people talk about Simmons being a positionless player. Jabril Peppers is the definition of positionless because he literally, like, I don't even know where you put the guy. And I don't honestly think he's all that great. Whereas I think Simmons is close to generational, if not generational. He's got just elite traits. People have knocked his anticipation. I didn't really see that. I felt like there were two elite, top of the class prospects at linebacker, him and Queen, who I have 7th on my board. I have Simmons at 4. It's just, to me, I'd be shocked, if Simmons falls out of the top 10 the way people were talking about today. I think he's 100% a top 5 talent. If there were other drafts in the past, I mean, Simmons might actually gone number 1 or number 2. I cannot imagine. I mean, I guess, I can understand it. You drafted Daniel Jones last year, but if you're going to pick a tackle, why not trade down a little bit, grab Wirfs, grab, Thomas. I mean, you have 4 elite prospects at offensive tackle, and then there's a kind of a decent drop off to Josh Jones, in my opinion. Why not drop down, grab your offensive tackle, maybe, trade with somebody like, say, the Raiders that have 2 picks. Maybe, like, I don't understand making the pick here. I don't get it. I don't think there's that much of a disparity between the top offensive tackles.
It's interesting because there's a minute left on the clock and okay, of course, as I said that, they let that run down to about a minute. So we're going to see. They did pick, though. They didn't trade. They did pick. So
they did.
I think
pick.
They go Tristan Wirfs.
You do. I think they go Wills. I'm going to throw Wills out there. I think they should go Simmons.
To me,
I want
a Giants thing. Okay.
I want them to go Simmons, so I'm 4 for 4, but they could tackle. So
I feel like a Giants thing to do would go Andrew Thomas.
Yeah.
We'll see, though. I think they have to address the offensive line, especially with Washington just well on the board now.
Depends. Where do you view the Giants right now? Are they a team that's rebuilding? Are they a team that, do they feel like Joe Judge, can compete right away? I mean, I think if you can compete right away, you go out and you get the most sure thing in Andrew Thomas. He's not my top find at this stage in the game. I think Wirfs' ceiling is immense. And I think that's the thing. He has some things he has to work on, but I think Wirfs' ceiling is immense. And I think he makes the most sense if you're willing to like wait for him to develop. Obviously, he can start right away before the top guys can start. But I think if you're looking for somebody that you want him to start right away, but you want him to be the best right away, that is Thomas. And if that's where they kind of look at their roster and say, you know what, I think we're a team that, can compete for a Super Bowl this year, no strings attached, then I think Thomas would be the pick. If not, you could see Wills, you could see Becton, or you could see Wirfs.
Real quick, Nick, who do you think the pick is for the Giants?
Tough. I think they're gonna pick Wills. I think we've seen a lot of smoke to Wills recently. I'll go Wills there.
Wills, Blaine, what do you think?
I'm gonna go Simmons.
Simmons, Devin?
I got Wirfs.
Wirfs, and Jake, who do you have?
I got Wills. I
Well,
want them to pick Simmons. The football fan in me is like clamoring for them to pick Simmons.
I think it's going to be Simmons, but we got 2 for Simmons,
Or even, ooh, wait a minute.
Wirfs, Wills.
I think they pick Andrew Thomas.
Okay.
It's Andrew Thomas. Wow, nice call, man.
How about that? He switched it. He switched it right before.
Nice call. Wow. Okay.
There we go. Wow, that was awesome. You nailed that. And
That
now we know where they view the Giants. They think
Well,
that they're ready to compete.
Jake, give me your reaction to that, because Andrew Thomas is not someone who I view as really even a top offensive tackle compared to other people in the draft. So what are your thoughts on why they would pick Thomas as opposed to a Wirfs or a Wills or a Becton?
Well, I just think Andrew Thomas is the most NFL ready offensive tackle. You have 4 elite offensive tackle prospects. In my opinion, I think you have Wirfs, you have Wills, you have Becton, and you have Thomas. I think Thomas is my 3rd OT. So according to my board, this would be a reach, I guess, but it's not, because I think this guy is going to come in right away. And I mean, he could challenge being maybe even an all-pro, in his 2nd or 3rd year. I think he is so well refined as a pass protector. And I think, Wirfs does tend to struggle a little bit in his pass sets. He is very inconsistent. I think he has some room for an improvement, so I didn't see that as much. I felt like Wills doesn't really struggle as much as Wirfs in pass protection. I think more so, I felt like Wirfs' highest ceiling, I felt like, Wills was kind of the guy, if you wanted to pick a guy that was more NFL ready, but you didn't necessarily want to go with the highest floor, then it would be Wills. The highest floor to me is Thomas, and then Becton would follow with a really high ceiling, and a little raw, but I still think he's the elite prospect. Thomas, to me, he comes in right away. This is them saying, look, we're ready to compete. We go out and get a bookend left tackle or wherever he's going to play, because they do have Nate Solder. But go out, get a bookend left tackle for a guy, Daniel Jones. You made fun of us for drafting Daniel Jones last year. And look, Daniel Jones ended up being pretty decent. So they believe in him. They go out and they get a blind side protector for the franchise quarterback. And I agree with it. I think Simmons would have been the better pick because I think he's the best player there. But I can't hate them for going out and protecting their franchise quarterback.
Devin, we have the Dolphins on the clock now, and I have them taking Tua. But do you think, in recent days, there's been some suggestion that the Dolphins were looking to trade up for a tackle. So now that Thomas is off the board, you've got at least 3 other, really awesome tackles on the board. Do you think that the Dolphins take a tackle here, or do you think they go quarterback?
Well, for the Dolphins, since they have 3 first-round picks, the unique thing for them is that they can still make this pick and then use one of their later picks to trade back up again. Now with Jedrick Wills still available, Tristan Wirfs still available, Mekhi Becton, one of those guys might continue to fall just based on how this plays out. You still got Simmons in play now, and he might not get picked until later in the top 10.
Mhm.
So now that kind of changes everything, and then a team might pick a receiver. So now it's becoming more fluid. So right now, I think you take your 5, whether it be Tua, whether it be Justin Herbert. Maybe they go and get Jedrick Wills because they didn't think he would be there. Maybe they get a Tristan Wirfs because they didn't think he would be there. So now the opportunity for the Dolphins is immense. Now teams are going to trade. Now they're going to get a lot of trade offers for teams that thought that Jedrick Wills might not be there. For thinking that Wirfs might not be there or Becton. So now it becomes a whole different aspect that the Dolphins can still maintain their pick or possibly trade back and continue to kind of navigate that. So we'll see what the Dolphins do here. I think they should go ahead and make the pick, get a quarterback if that's what they want. But I would not be mad at them if they pick Mekhi Becton or Jedrick Wills right now. I think that it's going to be a need regardless. They might not be there in a couple picks. So
Right. I'm sure that they will take a tackle. at some point in the first round. I have to assume if they're going to take a quarterback, they do it at 5. Blaine, do you think that the Dolphins take Tua or maybe take a Justin Herbert?
I think it's Tua. It seems like it's been Tua to the Dolphins since the beginning of last year. It seems to have been the pick, and I mean you can't fault them. I mean if he doesn't have the injury concerns with the ankle and the hip, I mean maybe he goes number 1 overall. So, they have a guy like Fitzpatrick there, so you can sit Tua for as long as you need to, really, because Fitzpatrick is that guy that can kind of be your bridge. So I think Tua is the guy, and they have their franchise guy now. So
I think it's Tua as well. The pick is in, so we're gonna see who it is. I have to believe that they're gonna take their quarterback at 5. It's not worth risking waiting until later in the draft. Maybe someone trades up and takes Tua and Herbert. So I think it's gonna be Tua. That's who I have them taking. I think, like Blaine said, it's kind of always been Tua to the Dolphins. So they're about to announce it here probably in a minute or so, but
I'm sticking by it. I think they're gonna shock everybody and go with Herbert. I don't know why. I have a good feeling about it.
I think that if they take Herbert, this is the biggest smokescreen in like draft history, because it's been 2 years that they've been talking that they're going to take Tua or tank for Tua since all this started. So what happens to? I mean, are Dolphins fans really going to be that consolable if their front office goes with honestly a project in Justin Herbert?
Yeah, that's a good point. I think if I'm a Dolphins fan, you've kind of got this emotional by now into Tua, so that's probably what they're all expecting. Just from everything that I've heard and sensed, it does seem like Miami is really into Tua. So we'll see. They're not showing.
Oh, by the way, hey, Mike.
What's up, Mike? Sorry, I literally just got home from work. Legit just got home. I sped. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I probably broke a couple traffic laws. If you guys follow me on Twitter, legit this whole night was like, this girl better hurry up so I can get out. I'm following on the Bleacher Report stream, so I know who the pick is. I don't know if you guys do.
Well, that was very nice of you to not.
Tua. So Jake, I'm gonna throw this to you, and you're a good feeling that it was Herbert. So why do you think the Dolphins picked Tua here?
I think it did come out that he passed their medical. So I think they felt comfortable enough to go with him, and maybe the doctors were like, okay, he can get through this, and the knee isn't too bad, and I don't know. To me, I think my second quarterback in the draft is Eason, so I mean I'm not gonna say it necessarily I would have picked Herbert if I were the Dolphins, but I felt as though they were gonna go with Herbert. I don't know. I had a weird feeling that they were kind of going with this I don't know, I guess the smoke screen, and felt like he could play right away, and I kind of feel like he's a little bit better than Tua, excuse me, in general. So that's just kind of like where I stand on that.
And
I'm just happy that go ahead.
Nick, what do you think about this pick? Oh, I think he's in a different stream. So I'll throw it to Blaine. What do you think about this pick here?
I think this is going to be back-to-back quarterbacks. I mean, I think like Justin Herbert is being the other option. He's my QB2 on my board, or he's QB3. So I think they're trying to trade up to maybe get Tua, or maybe even trade up to get Burrow or something. But here they are at 6, and they still get a pro-ready quarterback in Herbert, who's maybe the best quarterback if he comes out last year. So they still get a solid guy. Phillip Rivers is with the Colts now, so they get another franchise quarterback. I mean, you can't fault him. He needs to be pro-ready and can take the reins. And I think Frank Reich is a great guy to coach him up. So I think this is a good pick if they take Herbert.
And Devin, what do you think? Do you think that the Chargers will take a quarterback here?
I think so, but I think there's a possibility that they pick Jedrick Wills here.
and pick a quarterback later. But I think they pick Herbert. I think Herbert is their guy. Um, I think that they will end up picking him. I think they were just kind of waiting around to see if the Dolphins are going to take Tua. I know it's been a foregone conclusion that if the Dolphins do get the one of the top picks, they will pick Tua. But now I think they pick Herbert. I'm not sure though. Maybe they're comfortable with Tyrod Taylor starting this year. Maybe they think they're not necessarily ready to make a playoff run and maybe building for the future. But I feel like Chargers have always been a team that doesn't typically pick this high. So I think that with a pick like this, you have to get it right. You have to pick the for sure thing. I know people don't necessarily love Justin Herbert, but I think that they'll end up picking him in this. But I wouldn't be surprised if they pick the offensive line here. Like I said, with Jedrick Wills still available, you still got Isaiah Simmons. I mean, I don't expect the Chargers to pick Isaiah Simmons, but now it's becoming the best player available. Maybe they're listening to trade offers. Um, so I think it'll be interesting to see if they pick the pick. I think it will be Herbert, but there are other possibilities. They could definitely go Jedrick Wills, Tristan Wirfs, one of those tackles, or even go Isaiah Simmons. But I think Herbert is a pick.
I do too. In all of my mocks, I've had the Chargers taking Herbert here. Um, I just think, like you mentioned, the Chargers aren't used to picking this early. I think they got to get it right. I think, they have a unique situation in LA right now because they have Taylor as their quarterback, who they can allow Herbert to play behind. I don't think it's going to be a situation like Joe Burrow where he's probably playing right away. I think that Herbert might sit half a year or a year in LA. So I think that they will take Justin Herbert here. I could be wrong. There's under 3 minutes left on the clock now. So we'll see. I don't think Jake, if they don't take a quarterback, do you think that they'd go offensive tackle?
I mean, I think they would be insane not to take a quarterback. And this is coming from somebody that's been a Tyrod Taylor supporter. I don't think he gets enough credit for, leading them to the playoffs when he was in Buffalo. But, I just don't think he's a starting caliber quarterback in the NFL at this point in his career. With that being said, you came out with all these, your new, all your new logos and your uniforms, and you're going to have the new stadium, and you're going to try out Tyrod Taylor. I don't think the fans are going to accept that, and there's not going to be a battle for LA. So with that being said, I do think they go with Justin Herbert here. I think Herbert is the best probably on the NFL's board. Again, I like Eason here. I wouldn't like him here, but he'd be my number one quarterback available. But I think, Herbert checks all the boxes. He went to Mobile. I think he really commanded in Mobile. He was, the clear cut top quarterback, in my opinion, when I was out there at Senior Bowl. Just really impressed with him. And I've been impressed with him since he came into, that Ducks, program. I mean, he really took over that team. He's a true leader. He's more like Mariota in a sense, Oregon Ducks, but he's more like Mariota in a sense. He's not a vocal leader. He's more of a lead by example guy, very quiet, confidence, quiet leader. Those guys do work. I know people have knocks on them, but I think Herbert, you look at the football IQ, he's got it. I think, the arm talent's there. He's got the mobility. He makes sense for the Chargers. They need to go out and they need to get their quarterback because they basically told Phillip Rivers they don't value him anymore. Now he's with the Colts. So I think they do take Herbert here. And if they don't, I think it's the worst pick in the entire draft, no matter who they pick, even if they pick Simmons, because I just don't see how you pass on a quarterback right now.
I agree. Well, the pick is in, so we're going to see. I think it's got to be Herbert. If it's not, I'll be very surprised. So we'll see. I'll ask real quick, Blaine here, how many picks have you gotten right so far?
I am a solid 4 for 5. So if the Chargers take Herbert, I'll be 5 for 6.
Me too. The only pick I've gotten wrong so far was New York. Devin, what about you?
Yeah, I got New York wrong as well. I had them picking a tackle, but I had them picking Wirfs, not Thomas. So that was the only thing for me. But everything else has been pretty much dead on.
There it is.
Yep.
And
The
yep,
Chargers
Herbert's pick
picked
5 or 6 now.
Yep.
But I feel like this next pick is probably gonna either make or break because they got Isaiah Simmons there. They got Derek Brown for the Panthers. That the next pick is gonna be interesting to see. But so far, outside the Andrew Thomas pick, I think the draft has played exactly how we expected for it to play out so far.
Well, Nick, I want to hear your reaction on this pick here. Justin Herbert to the Chargers. Do you think he plays right away, or do you think he sits his first year behind Tyrod Taylor?
I would, if I were the Chargers, I would be sitting Justin Herbert at least for the first half of the season. This is a guy, I love his arm talent. I love what he can bring, and outside of the pocket, he's very good. Outside the pocket, very athletic and mobile. He has all the physical traits, but he's also not a great anticipatory thrower. He misses guys over the middle of the field. When he's kind of processing things, he's kind of slow through his progressions, can be a very one-read type quarterback. He's got to learn a few things. So if I were the Chargers, I wouldn't throw him into the dust right away at all, unless Tyrod is, for some reason, absolutely awful. So no, I would let Herbert sit a little bit, but he's a 6th overall pick, so you can bet he's going to play some point next year, just because of the draft pedigree.
Right. Mike, what are your thoughts on this pick here?
I had it, I've been picking Herbert here basically for the last 2-3 months. I'm now 5 for 6 as well. I'm not really surprised. I know my friend who's a Chargers fan is going to be maybe a little disappointed. I think it's just because, it's a little underwhelming to go from Phillip Rivers to a guy that's going to have to sit and learn behind Tyrod. But I mean, Jake, to get, your guy, when you don't pick this high and you've got the new stadium, the new uniforms, to go out there with Tyrod would be a little bit of a letdown. I'm wondering about the next pick just because this is where I had the first trade happening in my final mock draft. So, because I think Carolina's trading out of here.
No, they're picking Simmons. They're replacing one of the greatest linebackers in NFL history in Luke Kuechly with one of the greatest linebacker prospects I've seen in Simmons. I think he's going to fit in.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Oh,
He's in.
Oh, whoa.
All right. Well, I guess something crazy is going to happen because it's over.
That was quick.
Yeah.
Mine is delayed. They haven't said who picked yet.
They
It's
put the pickers in.
stream open in 1, and Miller just tweeted it.
Guys, you're saying it's a crazy pick?
It's not a pick. It's just not one that we expected.
Oh, if it's Derek Brown, I totally expected it.
Oh, okay. See, I didn't. I thought it was either Simmons or a trade out.
I had the Packers taking Derek Brown.
I'm not shocked that it's Derek Brown. That would have been the other
needed-
pick,
they
but I
needed
didn't
help.
think they'd trade out.
6 for 7. Wait, was it Derek Brown?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
I'm
looking like it's Derek Brown.
I'm on a commercial right now, but okay, so I guess we'll wait and see until they officially announce it, but it sounds like it is Derek Brown, who I think arguably is the biggest or the best defensive lineman in the draft. So Mike, what are your thoughts on them taking Derek Brown here?
I just thought that maybe they were going to go with more of a pass rush. So if they went defensive tackle, they were going to go with Kinlaw. I know that he's got the kind of red flags with, I think it's his knee. One
The
of you guys
arthritic
probably know.
knee.
That would be it. So I kind of figured that with his upside as a pass rusher, he might go before Derek Brown. That's why, in my last mock, I had Brown fall all the way to 17, just because I didn't really find a spot where he fit. But I like this. They've needed defensive tackles for a while, and he slides in really well to complement K'Wan Short, who is like low-key 30 now. So
That's very low key.
Blaine, what do you think about Derek Brown here to the Panthers?
Yeah, I mean, this is who I had them taking as well. I'm kind of surprised they didn't trade back, just because you do have arguably the 2 best tackles here on the board, as well as Isaiah Simmons. So there's a lot of value there. I'm kind of surprised they didn't take Simmons, because Kuechly did retire as well. But I did have them taking Derek Brown. He's a great fit there. Matt Rule, first pick with the Panthers as the head coach there. So Derek Brown is probably the safe pick, and no real surprise, I don't think.
And Jake, we do have the Cardinals coming up, which are in our division, NFC West. Do you think there's any chance that they bite on it, Isaiah Simmons here? I have them taking a tackle. I think they should take a tackle, but with Isaiah Simmons on the board, do you think it's a possibility that the Cardinals take him?
Yeah, I mean, I had them going with Wirfs. He's my number 1 offensive tackle on my board. But I'm looking here at, the fact is Arizona already has their quarterback. So you can't say if they go Simmons, this is an awful pick, because they already have their franchise quarterback in Kyler Murray. I could definitely see them going offensive line, but do they really 100% need to in the first round? They have DJ Humphries again. He's not the greatest, but you could grab somebody in the second round and, compete for that job against him. And they have Marcus Gilbert. So I don't think that they're a lost cause like some other teams, where if you look at the Dolphins depth chart, if they don't grab a tackle in this draft, I don't know who is going to protect Tua. But when I look at this depth chart for the Cardinals, it's honestly not bad. They don't have a ton of needs. Offensive line, again, offensive tackle, sure, you could make the argument. But if they go Simmons here, I mean, you have Devondre Campbell, Jordan Hicks. I think, they like Hassan Reddick. I know, they drafted him in the first round not long ago. But I mean, I don't think it'd be a bad pick to just grab best available and go with Simmons. I don't think Simmons should be here at this point. I think he's way too good to be 8th overall, but I wouldn't be shocked if Arizona decided to go, with that.
I have Arizona taking Wills from Alabama.
I'll say this. I think this is a great spot to trade out of. I think Arizona should move back. I definitely think they should move back here. Maybe they can move back a little bit, get Kinlaw in the mid-teens. That's what I would do if I were them. But if they stick here, I bet it's a tackle. They could also shock everyone and go receiver. I'm just saying they could pair DeAndre Hopkins with DeAndre Hopkins' clone in CeeDee Lamb.
That'd be terrifying.
They could. I think it's interesting the Panthers haven't even officially announced their pick yet. It's kind of on the internet, but for whatever reason, we haven't heard it.
Looks like they're announcing now.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Derek Brown.
That took forever to announce that pick.
That's because ESPN is like doing these mini concerts and whatnot in between picks.
Yeah.
That's why I'm glad I don't have ESPN. Up in Canada, we don't have it. So.
Oh, that's right. You have You have sports. What is it called? Sportsnet.
TSN.
No, you have Sportsnet though.
Yeah, we do too. I have NFL Network, so that's what I normally watch. But the last couple of years, I've started watching Bleacher Report. So because they actually stick through it and stop, going back to see Joey Bosa get drafted when it's pick 15.
Well, I mean, I'm a fan of the NHL, so I totally dig Sportsnet. I'm jealous. Don't get that over here.
Well, Arizona's still on the clock. It is an interesting idea to think of them taking a receiver, but I think if I'm Arizona, I've got to protect Kyler Murray. That's just my opinion. That offensive line has been bad for like ever as well.
Yeah, ever.
So we'll see. I wonder if maybe they are contemplating a trade. They're kind of letting the clock run down as well.
I think that they're kind of debating which offensive tackle it is, especially with there being 3 left. I mean, if DJ Humphries is your guy at left tackle, the rest are all right tackles or projects right now. So Wirfs would make a lot of sense. So would Wills. I kind of, just for the imagery, want it to be Mekhi Becton, just because he's like 6'8" and Kyler's 5'8". I don't think it will be, though.
They're gonna stay. By the looks of it, pick some.
They're staying?
Yep, pick is in.
Oh, Mike, I'm going to say this because we have gotten requests from people that are watching our show in addition to their show to not spoil picks.
Done.
So,
I will not spoil picks.
so you can put them in the chat, in our
All right.
our Zoom chat, if you want to do that. I'm not like against that, but
Okay.
I'm the man of the people. So
Exactly. No worries.
I got
No
the Cardinals picking Tristan Wirfs.
Thomas, I got you. Thomas Gonzalez said that on Facebook. So.
I have the Cardinals taking Wills. Blaine, who do you think they're taking?
I have them taking Wirfs, and I'm kind of interested here. You know, like with this whole like remote setup in the and with the NFL draft, like, are we going to see less trades than we have in the past? You know, I'm kind of surprised the team hasn't traded back yet. But I have the Cardinals taking Wirfs. I think, you know, they drafted Kyler Murray last year, got him a big weapon in DeAndre Hopkins this offseason. So I think they have to get that tackle to kind of protect him.
Nick, who do you think they take?
Tough to exactly pinpoint. I'm gonna go bold. I'm gonna say CeeDee Lamb. I'm gonna say they shock everyone.
If they take a receiver, that's who I think that they would take.
I mean, I would go Wirfs here, I think. But I mean, again, it's Wirfs or Simmons to me, because I don't think that you can, you know, scrutinize or criticize or completely crap all over this pick if it's Simmons. I mean, this is somebody that comes in and I mean, he is arguably one of your best players on your defense right off the bat. So yeah, I definitely don't think it's a bad pick either way. I don't know why he's still available.
My issue with, if they did pick Simmons, my issue is I just don't trust the fit there. They haven't. He's a Steve Keim type, but they haven't been able to develop anyone along that line. I mean, Hassan Reddick didn't develop. Neither did Dejon Buchanan. And Vance Joseph is a horrific defensive coordinator. He's not been able to really use guys like Simmons. You're telling me, I mean, Simmons has to find the correct fit. I don't trust Vance Joseph to do that. But I pray right.
The pick is
Make a
Isaiah
compelling
Simmons.
argument.
They just announced.
It is Isaiah Simmons.
That it is Isaiah Simmons. Devin, I want to hear your reaction to that the Cardinals end up biting on Isaiah Simmons.
I like it. I mean, you got one of the best players in the draft available at the 8th spot. I mean, I'm sure that's not something that they totally expected to have, the luxury to have. So to get one of the best defensive players in the draft at 8, I mean, that's a win for the Cardinals. I think that he can really provide the versatility that they need for their defense. I mean, you saw when Tyrann Mathieu played for the Cardinals, he was so versatile to their attack. I think that this is a case of best player available, and let's hope that they have a plan to trade back into the first round potentially, or trade up high in the second round to get a tackle now that the tackles are sliding. I mean, we've only seen one tackle off the board so far. You still got Becton, Josh Jones, of course, Tristan Wirfs, Jedrick Wills. You still got a lot of those guys available. So there's a chance that they could fall later into the first round. Cardinals could potentially use some draft capital to trade back into the first round and get one of those guys. So it'll be interesting to see how they address the tackle need that they have. In fact, I mean, you want to build something, you got to protect your quarterback first. So it'll be interesting to see. I think Simmons was a good pick here. It was a pick that they needed to get one of the best defensive players in the draft and start to move towards getting back to the playoffs.
Yeah, and Mike, what do you think about the Cardinals taking Simmons? Do you think that it was a good pick, or should they have gone offensive tackle?
I think that they should have gone offensive tackle. I wouldn't have been surprised if they had gone offensive tackle, given, you know, Cliff Kingsbury is essentially calling all the shots there. But I think, you know, Nick, you know, hit the nail on the head that Vance Joseph is not a very good defensive coordinator. And I just worry that Joseph's the type of DC that's going to kind of, you know, pigeonhole Simmons into a single role, which is not what a smart defensive coordinator should do with Isaiah Simmons. I just hope they don't ruin him.
Yeah, that's a worry I have, fit-wise, Simmons in Arizona. I'm still not thrilled that he's in my division. But Nick, do you think that Simmons is going to work out in Arizona, or do you think this might not be a good fit for him?
It all depends on how they use him. I'm not in love with it at all for Simmons. Listen, I think when you look at what Isaiah Simmons brings to the table, you have to at least stick him at one spot for the majority of the snaps. Yes, he can move around and be a slot overhang man coverage guy, but yeah, I think he's got to learn a position, because that's why I don't think he has great instincts right now, and I think it's because he's been moving around the defense. Unless a defensive coordinator is as creative as Venables was with Simmons, it's a tough fit for me with Simmons there in Arizona. I mean, it's a tough fit for Simmons really anywhere, but I just hope Vance Joseph is able to use Simmons creatively and really maximize his skill set, but also learn the specific skill set of maybe a position. I think linebacker. So tough to say really, but I love the talent Simmons brings. It's just going to have to be if they develop him and use him correctly to his strengths.
That is true. I guess, obviously we're just going to have to wait and find out, but we do have the Jaguars up here. I have the Jaguars in most of mine taking a corner. Jake, do you think where do you think that Jacksonville goes here?
Yeah, I mean, I had Jacksonville taking Derek Brown. But since they traded AJ Bouye, I'm not really a huge fan of what's going on there, with their defensive backs. I could definitely see them, taking a corner here. The corner that I would go with is Christian Fulton. He's my second corner on my board. But I mean, like Rashawn Melvin, DJ Hayden, they're not going to move the needle. So, if you don't pick a corner, you're going to have to address the cornerback position. Now here's what I will say. I think this is a good spot to trade down, because I think Derek Brown made the most sense for this pick. I think Kinlaw is going to fall because of the arthritic knee, and I think he would make sense for this pick. I don't think they need a quarterback. So, you look at, what they have, and I mean, they could definitely grab an interior offensive lineman later on. Why don't you get some picks, grab an interior offensive lineman in the second round or something like that, when you have your Cushenberries and, Ruiz and guys like that are available, and just, pick a little bit later and grab your cornerback. I mean, what I think they'll probably end up doing, since the pick is in, they're going to pick CJ Henderson. I think that's who's going to be the pick. I really like CJ Henderson, but I don't really fall in line with the buzz, and I don't subscribe to the idea that he's a top 10 pick.
No, not at all. I don't see that. I mean, he's a great cover. He's a great pure cover corner. I think you and I would both agree with that. Great in man coverage and zone coverage, in fact. But he's also a horrific tackler. And listen, it's something to take note of. He's just I mean, tackling for a corner isn't the end all be all, but it's still important enough. I mean, they have to.
It's very important. I think that's why Greedy fell last year. I mean, I didn't like Greedy in particular because of how poor tackling he was. It almost seemed like it was an effort issue, really.
Granted, I think CJ Henderson is a better coverage corner than Greedy was.
Yeah.
But he's still not a good tackler. And that's something to take note of. But I do think I don't. It's not an effort issue with Henderson. I think he's scrappy. I just don't think he's a good tackler. That's just kind of the thing with him. He's just got to stop nipping at ankles and wrap up. I still have a first round grade on him, but he's my corner 3, so bit of a reach for me here.
Yeah, I have the Jaguars taking Henderson here. I think I agree with kind of the issues with Henderson. I think that he's someone the Jaguars like, though. So the pick is in. We're going to find out who they take. It is interesting that there are a lot of all these offensive tackles still left on the board as well, people who I didn't think would be there still. But the pick is in for Jacksonville, so we are going to find out who it is, and we'll see. I think it will be defense. regardless of position.
Yeah, that Jaguars D. Remember Saxonville from like 2 years ago when it was a thing?
Well, this ain't
it very quickly.
it.
This ain't it. This is not. This is
This ain't it.
everyone's pick for Madden 21. Like,
It wouldn't shock me. I mean, it just wouldn't shock me if they did go receiver. But I do fully expect them to.
I think they'll go receiver later. Probably with that second first.
Yeah, I can see that just because they have Shark, Dede, a few other guys in that room that are talented already.
I'm just really surprised there has not been a single trade yet.
I don't know if the virtual stuff is turning off teams trading or what, but
Maybe.
Yeah,
this is
CJ
this is
Henderson.
unheard of.
So the pick is in, and it is CJ Henderson. Blaine, what are your thoughts on this pick?
I'm not surprised. This is who I had them mocked. I had mocked to them earlier today when I did my final mock. Well, like Nick was saying, he's not a great tackler, but he's a great cover corner. Immediate upgrade for them. Maybe a little high there at 9. A trade back might have made sense, but if CJ was their guy, you can't fault them for taking him.
What do you think about this pick, Devin?
I think that they needed to fill the corner need. Personally, I had them taking Javon Kinlaw. I thought that he might need some greater defensive line help. Have a pass rushing type of body as well. But they definitely need to fill the need. I mean, Jalen Ramsey is gone. And they just need to fill that secondary need. I think I like the pick. I think that they need to make the pick. I really don't have any disagreements about it. I know that Henderson's tackling hasn't always been the greatest strength of his, but I think with how good his coverage skills is, that was a pick that needed to be had.
I had, like I mentioned earlier, I had the Jaguars taking Henderson. I have the Browns taking Wirfs. So Jake, do you think that the Browns go offensive tackle here? And if not, where do you think they go?
Well, here's the thing. I think that they'll probably go. Well, I thought that they were going to go with Andrew Thomas because I thought he was going to be the next best offensive tackle available. But to me, I think they go Wirfs here. I wouldn't subscribe, to the idea that they have to go with Wills over him because Wills is more ready to play. I think they're kind of on an even playing field. Wirfs, again, is my number 1 tackle. I think you have to be able to protect Baker more than you did last year. So if they don't go for an offensive lineman, I would not be shocked either because this is a team that they don't seem to know how to draft offensive linemen. They seem to know how to sign them away from other teams that develop them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, the pick is in. They made that fairly quickly. Oh, I thought they were about
this should be Jedrick Wills. If they're confident in him moving over to left tackle, it should be Jedrick Wills. But I certainly hope it's like Austin Jackson. That'd be fun.
I like that they're doing this.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say after that 5 of 6 start, my mock draft is already shot. Mostly because it relied on like the next several picks all getting traded, but
here we go.
Yeah, I didn't even have Cleveland taking anyone at this pick. I had them trading back.
So Cadella's about to announce.
Could be Becton. We'll see. It's Wills. Okay.
What?
Wow. So I guess they end up going with the guy that's a little bit more NFL ready than Wirfs, but I mean we're kind of talking about splitting hairs there. I mentioned it earlier, I believe before the show started. I think Wills is way more consistent in his pass sets than Wirfs. Wirfs, in my opinion, again, high ceiling struggles with consistency. Wills doesn't really struggle with consistency. I think he's somebody that can come in and help you right away. So, and again, I think he's an elite offensive tackle prospect. So, A+ pick for the Browns. They let the draft kind of come to them. They could have drafted a receiver, but I think this is also kind of a resounding, hey, we're not trading Odell Beckham. So stop making those rumors because they didn't go with anybody. They didn't go with CeeDee Lamb. They didn't go with Henry Ruggs, and they didn't go with Jerry Jeudy. So to me, I think that kind of says it right now. They value OBJ. They value Jarvis Landry. And they decide to go, in between the numbers and focus on the trenches. I like this pick.
Nick, what do you think about Jedrick Wills being in your division now? Do you think this was a good pick by the Browns? Would you
Hate it.
taken someone else?
Yeah, I hate that he's in my division. I mean, Jedrick Wills is my one. This guy is an elite mover. I mean, men his size should not be able to move like he moves. He moves incredibly well. And I mean, they needed this guy. I mean, he's going to play left tackle. Obviously, they're going to project him over there. Maybe that doesn't work out. I mean, sometimes switching over to a side does not work out. But as a pure guy that I saw on tape, this terrifies me because now they have two solid tackles. Baker's going to have all those weapons back. So Cleveland's on the rise. Watch out for Cleveland. Unless they Browns it up against somehow. But watch out for Cleveland on paper. This is a really strong team, guys. A really strong team.
I feel like we say that every year about the Browns, though.
We do.
We do. Like the one thing I've said though, they can add all they want, but if Baker doesn't bounce back this year, it all goes down the drain. They have to have Baker. It kind of all rides on Baker at this point. He's got all the help around him.
Well, we now have the Jets on the clock. I have the Jets taking CeeDee Lamb. I have three receivers going in a row here. That might change now that Wirfs is still on the board. Would it be shocked to see the Jets take an offensive tackle? I could definitely see them taking Wirfs, although take CeeDee Lamb. Mike, what do you think that New York does here?
I have them taking an offensive tackle. I had them in my mock trading up to take one. Obviously, one still falls in their lap. I had them taking Wills. Obviously, that's not happening now. I think this is going to be Wirfs. I mean, our good buddy Connor Rogers has said for a long time that the Jets, they need a left tackle and they need a right tackle. I know that the Jets paid George Fant, but if you're relying on George Fant to be your bookend tackle, you're doing it wrong. And yes, they do need at least one or two wide receivers. The Jets are just straight up bad. I hope that Joe Douglas does a smart thing and tries to protect Sam Darnold because man, their offensive line was garbage last year. And again, they can't go in with like George Fant starting on the offensive line.
Or Greg Van Roten.
Hey, CFL great Greg Van Roten.
Oh my God, you and I think Bill Rossetti, who should be on here, I think day 3, he was like talking like up Greg Van Roten. I'm like, who even is this guy? But
he played for Toronto. That's the only reason I know. So
okay,
yeah.
So here I look at it. Henry Ruggs is who I had here, but I also didn't have Wirfs being available here. So I think that's who they go with.
Yeah, now that Wirfs is here, I see them taking Wirfs, although I did have them taking CeeDee Lamb. So I think either of those guys makes sense for the Jets here.
Surprise pick. Here could be the shocker, the first real shocker of the draft. What if they take Ruggs?
I mean, that's who I had. Ezra Cleveland. Oh Lord!
But if it's, I don't like the Jets. I really don't. There's a reason that I will not delve into as to why I don't like them. But yeah, that would be like the most Jets thing ever for them to draft Ezra Cleveland at 11 when I have a 5th round grade on him.
Well, we'll see. They've got, at least from what I can tell, the clock is still running and it's down to almost a minute.
Yeah, I feel like I think they go tackle, but I have a feeling they might pick Becton, and I don't have a reason exactly why, but I just feel like if
I don't know. I just feel like they're not in win now mode, and they could use the time to develop Becton. I mean, no, I know Worst does need some growth as well, but I feel like it could be Becton. Um,
Well, the pick is in. And let me just point out, there has not been a trade yet. And I don't know if that's because we have this unusual setup this year, if the clock is shorter and people are having a hard time getting a hold of people. I don't know. Or if people, I don't know. It's very unprecedented that we've not had one trade and we're now at pick 11. That usually
Seems like a
never
brilliant idea to shorten the clock so you have less time to communicate. Like,
Yeah.
everybody's so far away from
Wait,
each
are
other.
they
It just
running with a
seems-
shorter clock?
Yeah. Like, I
Well,
don't
that's-
understand who thought that was a good idea.
See, I had no idea because I figured that since the first pick had only just been announced as I was leaving work at 8:30, that it was still like the 10 or 12 minutes it always is.
There has not been a bad pick in the draft yet. That's usually by
No,
this
there hasn't. But if they pick Ezra Cleveland, this will be the worst pick in the entire draft.
Yeah, usually by this point though, we have one that we go scratching our head about. I mean, I have some head scratching stuff about Simmons, but
Yeah.
that's not like detrimentally bad. I mean, I can certainly see the upside of that, but
It's
Yeah.
just bad
yeah, I
fit.
don't know. Yeah, it's just a bad fit. Like Cardinals, if you look at the top 10, the Cardinals and the Jags are probably the losers, but they got really good talent still. So I don't know. This could be a rare time when we look back at this top 10 in 5 years and we say, oh man, like 9 of the 10 players actually worked out, and that would be kind of rare when you look at it. Usually there's 2 or 3 busts here in the top 10.
Cleveland Farrell, Daniel Jones.
We could certainly look back at Herbert as one.
Oh, yeah.
He's got tons of bust potential, but who knows? Who knows? So we'll see here. We'll see.
We'll see. The pick is in. I mean, I had them taking Lamb, and then I had, the Raiders and the 49ers who pick after them also taking receivers. So if they don't go receiver, that means that all the receivers are left on the board. We have some tackles left on the board.
Okay. Holy smokes.
there we go.
Oh, he nailed it again.
There we go.
Devin's 2 for 2 on those offensive tackles, saved by the bell
Well,
type of.
Devin, give us the analysis on this pick. They took Mekhi Becton, the offensive tackle from Louisville, to the Jets.
So, what I was saying, I really had no insight. I just had a feeling. It's number one, it's the Jets. So, knowing the Jets draft history, they don't typically pick the person that's best available, and they are still kind of in rebuild mode here. And I felt that if they're gonna take a tackle to make it to a project that could potentially be great down the line, I felt like Becton was the pick there. Um, so that's kind of what my thinking was, and then they did go ahead and pick Becton. I'm not surprised. I'm really surprised that Wirfs is falling right now. A team in the this mid part of the first round is really going to get a steal. You might have a team that didn't come in initially getting the tackle can now get a very starting caliber tackle that can immediate play and be a contributor. But I had a feeling that the Jets would do something like this. I know Jets fans are probably crying right now because they wanted CeeDee Lamb, and if they didn't want CeeDee Lamb, they wanted Tristan Wirfs, but then they got Becton. So it's going to be a hard pick for the Jets fans to swallow. But I think that for the Jets, they're not going to compete next year, I don't think. So why not go ahead and get a project tackle? He's massive. He's going to protect Sam Darnold for years to come. Is the pick to make for them.
Well, what's interesting now is the Raiders have their pick of wide receivers. I had them taking Jerry Jeudy, but now that CeeDee Lamb is available, they could definitely take Lamb. For us Rams fans in the chat, that means that the 49ers basically are going to have their pick of receivers potentially. So that sounds,
Worst case scenario.
yeah. So I guess, the pick is not in yet, but Nick, what do you think is going to happen with this Las Vegas Raiders pick here?
Lamb, easily Lamb. Makes too much sense to me. Coming from a winning program, Mayock loves that. They need that alpha receiver. Lamb does so many things well. I mean, there's just not many holes in Lamb's game. I mean, the long speed is probably the biggest one, but he just makes sense to fit there with Las Vegas, and what they want to look at there as an offense. I think he fits exactly what they look for. So CeeDee Lamb should be the guy here.
Their pick is in, so we're about to find out. Real quick, Blaine, what do you think the pick is here? You think they go receiver?
I think they go receiver, but I think it's Jerry Jeudy. I think he is. I like on my personal board, he's wide receiver 1 just because of what he can do with the football. But I think Jeudy is right there with him in what he can do once he has the ball in his hands. His yard after the catch ability is probably the best in the class. And just going back to his time at Alabama, I think he's a guy that Mayock and Gruden are going to look for. So I have them taking Jeudy, but I do think it's receiver.
I do too. I have them taking Jeudy, but that's because I have the Jets taking Lamb. So we'll see. The pick is in.
I think they take Jeudy.
I think this is Ruggs.
Oh. I think Ruggs is the best receiver in the draft, but I think they take Jeudy.
Ruggs still fits the same like MO for Mayock.
I see you, Nick.
Okay. Here's all I'll say. Ruggs would be an Al Davis pick. That would be so on brand. That would be an Al Davis pick. Even they're doing
but he can catch.
They're doing the homage of Al Davis. Yeah. Very proud with Ruggs.
Well, the pick is in. I think we all can agree it's probably going to be a receiver. And here's the thing, between Lamb, Jeudy, and Ruggs, I'm not sure that you can go wrong with any of those 3 guys. I think, everyone has a preference for one or the other, but they're all pretty much up there as arguably, they're all starters in the NFL tomorrow.
Draft.
He
showed his draft board on live TV. he had a whiteboard, Gruden board in the background. He just showed his draft board on TV.
Gruden or Mayock?
That was insane. ESPN just showed Gruden's draft board live on TV. Oh, Lord. Oh.
They give no F's.
Ruggs. The pick is in, and it's Henry Ruggs. Blaine,
Thank God.
I mean, I love Ruggs. I think, like Nick was saying, this is the Al Davis pick. Like way back when they took Darius Hayward-Bay because he was this fast guy that could stretch the field, and I think Ruggs is that and more. I think he's a complete receiver, and like you were saying, Alexis, when you look at these top 3 receivers in Jeudy, Lamb, and Ruggs, I really don't think you can go wrong with all 3. This is a very good receiver class. And so, if Ruggs is their guy, you can't fault them for taking him. And, when you get the ball in his hands, the things he can do with it, it's incredible. So I don't fault them for taking Ruggs. And, maybe we had Jeudy or Lamb ranked higher, but the things Ruggs can do, he could very well have been wide receiver 1 as well.
Yeah. And Devin, what do you think about this pick here? Do you think that
they show it again?
Personally, I would have went with CeeDee Lamb.
So ridiculous. I'm sorry, guys. I've never seen that in my entire life, them showing the actual draft board. They just showed it, again. Oh,
just keep it there the whole night.
I'm laughing at Gruden, but I'm also laughing because, I get that Henry Ruggs is an elite speed guy. But, man, the CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy, when you really don't have a receiver that can – I don't know, man. I like Henry Ruggs. I didn't think he would get picked here. I thought CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy was a pick there. I don't even know if they still believe in Derek Carr, Like, do you still believe in him? Do you still think he can be the guy?
Clearly, this is definitely a hey, we believe in
You
Derek
know,
Carr enough to draft him a receiver.
I'm wondering if they draft Jordan Love later.
Maybe.
But I just never would have imagined that Henry Ruggs would have gone before Jerry Jeudy. That's just me.
I've had a feeling for a while. The NFL's valuing speed, especially with like the breaking out of like Tyreek Hill. This is Tyreek Hill without any of the off-field issues. And again, I think Nick said it best. It's an Al Davis type pick. There were a lot of people that thought that Ruggs was going to be the first receiver off the board, and this has been one of the rare instances this year where there was smoke, there was fire, and it fits the Mayock MO of winning programs, successful, productive. I mean, any of the top three fit that MO, but Ruggs just screams Vegas too. He's flashy.
Yeah, and now we have the 49ers on the clock, and they've got CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy to pick from, which is a nightmare for Rams fans and
This
other
is
fans.
a nightmare for anybody in the NFC, really. They,
Yep.
they made it to the Super Bowl already, and now they're gonna get one of the best receivers potentially in the draft. Like, why does this have to happen, man?
Tell me about it. I mean, like, you're a Saints fan. We're Rams fans. There's 3 Rams fans in this chat. We're like, really? Like, did that actually just happen? Like, the 49ers had basically their pick of the litter at 13. I hate to do it because I think he is maybe my favorite GM in the sport, but I blame Chris Ballard because he made this possible. He traded for Buckner, and he gave them their 13th overall pick to the 49ers. And they didn't even have to give up their first rounder. Oh, it kills me.
I just don't understand why. How is this? How can they just have this luxury? I mean, they lost Emmanuel Sanders. You think they'll, take a step back? But I mean, boom, trade DeForest Buckner, and now they're back at 13. And then no teams pick a wide receiver in the first 11 picks. And now you can pick between CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy. I mean,
Yeah, it
it's
just
probably
seems
gonna go
crazy to
down,
me.
it's probably gonna go down to the last second here because it's like, who do you pick? I mean, you got a pick of either, really. It's
I'm going to say that the 49ers are going to take Lamb.
I think it's Lamb.
Lamb.
Which is just, I hate that. I hate that that's a reality for me, but I think they're going to take Lamb. I mean, they can't go wrong, with Lamb or Jeudy. I just think that they'll take Lamb. I think they'll go receiver. Is there anyone here who thinks that the 49ers won't take a receiver right now?
I think they'll trade to us, hopefully. Hopefully they'll trade to Minnesota.
Oh, hey, Ben.
They might trade. I hope they
That's
trade
I joined in A because I thought that Henry Ruggs was the first, interesting draft pick. That was the first one where, I think somebody needs to go, to wherever Al Davis is buried and, just check to make sure he hasn't risen from the grave because that was an Al Davis pick. That was – because I just remember those years when they just drafted pure speed. That's Henry Ruggs. I love him, but –
Wait, Henry Ruggs just chilling in a bathrobe on draft night? Like, what the?
It's not even, a cool bathrobe. It looks like he just, got it from the Days Inn or something.
Yeah.
What?
the thing that would blow my mind most.
The Buccaneers just traded up.
Wait,
One pick?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
So-
not good. That means
What?
No.
The Buccaneers traded
no,
up.
No.
Are they gonna take worse?
No.
Are they gonna take worse?
No.
Why would you trade up one
God,
pick
no.
at this point?
They didn't.
Oh, no?
Well, unless the graphics incorrect, they have 2 back-to-back picks. So if the graphics incorrect, then they don't, and it's just a move up one
No.
spot.
They do have 2 back-to-back picks. So here's what I think is going to happen. I think they're going to take Lamb and maybe DeAndre Swift or Jonathan.
They're
Taylor.
all in on Tom Brady, and you have to be. I mean,
gotta be kidding
Blaine
me.
and I were talking about this. Why, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they're probably going to grab Becton. They did back-to-back because they want to grab a receiver and they want to get Becton. I think that's if it's indeed back-to-back. I mean, I cannot even believe that. I didn't even hear what Adam Schefter said. I mean, what did they give up?
So let me tell you this much. If it's not back to back and they haven't just updated it,
Oh my
this
God,
trade
it is back to back.
It has to
Whoa.
be. Well,
No.
49ers
going
trade
on?
pick
No.
13 and 245. Buccaneers trade pick 14 and 117. So they're just moving up the one spot.
Okay.
Oh,
No.
okay, they just fixed
here's
it.
why.
They just
It
fixed
reminds
it.
me back
I
when,
do
when the
that.
Buccaneers wanted to trade up and they wanted to get why can't they why am I-
Worse. So they're going to get worse.
This has to be an offensive tackle then.
Yeah, they got to get worse.
Well, here's what I don't understand. Why are you trading up one pick unless you thought that San Francisco was going to take Wirfs?
because some
Well,
other people were
Well,
calling
No.
yeah,
that.
maybe another team called.
It was like
was
when
Yeah.
about to.
Dak traded back with Trent Richardson when the Browns came up one pick because Tampa Bay was on the line and wanted Trent Richardson. The Browns moved up one pick so we could take Matt Khalil and they could take Trent Richardson so the Buccaneers couldn't take it. Somebody else was on the line, in my opinion, maybe Minnesota, maybe somebody else who wanted Tristan Wirfs. And Tampa Bay is like, nope, that's not happening. We're moving up to one pick.
Yeah,
There
I'm gonna
were rumors that the Falcons wanted to move up for a tackle, like in the last literally day. So
Hard to tackle last year, but
Yeah,
I mean,
think
they didn't
this
draft
is-
good ones.
I think this is a tackle.
Yeah,
I
this
know.
has to be.
I know the flashy pick. When it was back to back, I was like, "This is totally a receiver and then tackle." But when this presents itself, and you have a guy like Tristan Wirfs sitting there,
Yep.
like I mocked Becton at 14 with Blaine. We did like a 3-hour mock draft, all 7 rounds. We had Becton going to the Buccaneers at 14. Here, this has to be Wirfs. I don't see a reason for the 49ers to make this trade except for anything like Ben mentioned, like how a team could trade and start, taking away the chance. I think this is how the draft evolves. This is how trades happen. When players fall that you don't expect to fall, yeah, it forces teams to kind of show their whole hand. And, you find out who really values who. Tampa Bay is probably sitting there like, man, Wirfs was top of our board, probably in the top 5. I think that's probably who they're going to grab here.
Yeah, my guess is that it's Wirfs. It makes sense because they traded up. That means that San Francisco still has Lamb and Judy to choose from.
can I say one more thing before they make the pick? Maybe Kinlaw. That's another thought. D tackle's a need, I feel like, right now. But I'm not sold as Kinlaw, but I think
it's got to be Wirfs because Donovan Smith sucks.
Yeah.
And DeMar Dotson is 35 years old. So
he's a low-key 35.
There it is.
He's
Tristan.
low-key. Actually, no, he's high-key 35.
High-key 35. Gotcha. There it is, Tristan Wirfs.
Yep.
Finally.
You guys are just a second behind me, it looks like.
Yeah, well, so it is Tristan Wirfs. Devin, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, at first I thought when they were initial trade that they had back-to-back picks, so I thought they were about to pick CeeDee Lamb and Tristan Wirfs to just cripple my secondary. But I like the pick. They need to protect Tom Brady forever, for however long he'll be, in Tampa Bay or playing in an NFL. You got to go all in for him. I mean, you only got maybe 1-2 good years of him. And then everything kind of goes downhill from that. I mean, they brought back Gronkowski. You still already got Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, OJ Howard is still on the roster. The thing that was, a glaring need was the tackle position. You get arguably one of the best tackles in the class falling to 13, something nobody really expected to happen. So maybe Becton will be available at 13. Maybe somebody else might be available, but you got to get the best player available, and they traded up to ensure that they got him, because now the teams afterwards were potentially looking to trade up and get him instead. So kudos to the Bucks. I think this is probably one of the best picks in the draft so far for the value that they're getting him. Someone that is expected to be a top 10 pick falls to 13 pretty much in their lap, and they get him. So.
Well, Blaine, what do you think? So San Francisco's back on the clock. They really just traded back one spot.
I
Um,
mean, this is a nightmare scenario for the Rams. I mean, the 49ers trade back and they get more picks or a higher pick than they had at 245, and they still have their choice of CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy, who, you're going to have to line up Jalen Ramsey and Troy Hill up against twice a year. Like, this is not a great scenario for Rams fans. I mean, you don't have Rams don't have a first round pick, and your biggest rival arguably has their choice of the best wide receivers in the draft, and they get a higher pick later on. So not too happy about it, but I mean, if you're San Francisco, this was a great scenario, and maybe they trade back again because they don't have a lot of those mid-round picks. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do have another trade back here.
You know who wins here? Denver.
Yep.
I think Denver was really going to go wide receiver. I think they had their hearts set on Ruggs if he fell. Maybe even wanted to make a trade. But I think that they're going to end up getting a day one, a day one starter. Whether it's CeeDee Lamb or if it's Jerry Jeudy, I think they'll happily take the next guy. Because the thing is, I think we're at the point in the board now. You could make the argument for Becton, but they've put draft capital, on their line. I mean, I don't think they need to 100%, draft an offensive lineman, much less a tackle. I like Garrett Bowles. I don't think he's amazing, but I like him there for what they have. They drafted Dalton Reisner last year. They have Graham Glasgow as well. And then they have Juwan James as well as Calvin Anderson behind him. So I don't think that they need to go offensive tackle. So, I mean, to me, I think they're going to pick whatever receiver the 49ers don't pick out of the top two. The 49ers, I think that they're going to go with CeeDee Lamb. And I think that Jerry Jeudy will be a Bronco.
I agree. That's what I think is going to happen. I mean, I had the 49ers taking Ruggs, but I also had Lamb and Jeudy being gone. Somehow Ruggs got taken first. So now we're doing this. There's 3 minutes left on the clock, so we'll see.
I think since everyone in here is a fan of an NFC contender, there is no winning for any of us right now.
No.
The Broncos won. The Broncos are the only team that just won that trade.
Yeah. I don't want to see San Francisco get better. I don't want to see them get better.
I mean, well, now it becomes interesting because, Blaine, you mentioned how, San Francisco picks up, some picks here. They like Deebo Samuel a lot. So whoever they get, Deebo Samuel's still going to be 1 or 2 on their depth chart. And then they have Jalen Hurd, who they also like a lot. Keep in mind, they spent a third rounder on this guy, has, former running back background. So they like him as a versatile piece. They let somebody like Emmanuel Sanders go. I think that was smart by not bringing him back. They are trying to shop Marquise Goodwin. They have Kendrick Bourne, who they like. They have Richie James. And let's not forget, he was my number 1 receiver in the 2018 draft, and that's Dante Pettis. I think people are sleeping on him. I think he got behind in the playbook early on, and then I don't think he really ever recovered because they drafted Deebo Samuel and they drafted Jalen Hurd. Besides the point of him being, very talented, in my opinion, I think the real interesting thing here that no one's talking about is the potential of the 49ers trading either Bourne or Pettis or Goodwin in this draft and picking up more capital, which would really just kind of go along the lines of, what Lynch has meant to this organization since he entered it. They just continue to, make the necessary moves. And, they sat there while they were being clowned, picking early in the draft, when they got Bosa and, they had a lot of skeptics out there. And they sat there and they just continued to collect draft capital. And now look at them. They're the number 1 team in the NFC West. There might be the number 1 team in the NFC. I think it's very, very safe to say they probably are. And now they just continue to get better. And now, by adding one guy in CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy, who I believe it'll be CeeDee Lamb, I think they can trade away a Pettis or, a Goodwin and get, maybe even a 3rd round pick from a desperate team.
Yeah, it looks like it's coming down to the last second too.
Yeah.
Picks in.
Oh, they just made the pick. man, I honestly don't know where they're gonna go.
I mean, I'd love if they went Kinlaw,
Yeah,
but
please
I
go Kinlaw.
yeah, everyone here wants them to go Kinlaw because that's gonna
But
make
it's
them.
still not gonna be good though. 'Cause
Can
you're
they
still
go
gonna-
Anthony McFarland?
Yeah.
Dude, no, like I'm not even gonna bother. But no, for real, if they go, damn it, if they go,
Sorry.
no, you're fine. If they go Javon Kinlaw, that is a blessing for the rest of the NFC West.
for
I
now.
mean, I think right now, being from downtown Rams and being Rams fans, I think we can all agree that the Cardinals got better today by adding a versatile, explosive piece in Simmons. And then to see the 49ers grab one of the top receivers would just be a nightmare. So if they were to go Kinlaw, somebody with an arthritic knee, after they just got rid of somebody with an arthritic knee in the division, that would definitely be something interesting to me. I think Kinlaw is very talented. I think he did a really nice job, pretty much throwing his stock up in the air when he came to Mobile. I thought he really became the number one defensive tackle when he got there. He showed it on the field. I think he did enough to help his stock, but this arthritic knee stuff coming out, to me, I would draft Kinlaw if he fell into the second round. If I'm a team in the second round, I draft him because all he has to do at that point is play out his rookie contract, and that's worth it. But when you're, grabbing a first rounder with an arthritic knee again, I don't know if that's the smartest idea.
Well, the pick
Wow.
Kinlaw.
And it is Kinlaw.
Yes.
Wow.
It's
Thank
Kinlaw.
Whoa!
Hey, I've never decided.
Whoa!
Wow.
Whoa.
So I'm gonna let
Let's go.
No.
I'm gonna
Oh
throw
my.
the floor here really quickly to Blaine as a Rams fan and an MC West fan. What does this mean for the 49ers? And is this really going to impact the NFC West or not?
I mean, I think you have to look at it this way. I mean, yeah, it's good that they didn't take a top wide receiver in Judy or Lamb, who are, just incredible talents and, don't really have many flaws in their games, if any. But I mean, you look at Kinlaw and you look at how dominant this 49ers defensive line was. And, they traded away a player like Buckner because it was so crowded there. And now they get Kinlaw, who, at the beginning of the whole draft process, you had people comparing Kinlaw to Aaron Donald. So, I mean, I'm not saying Kinlaw is Aaron Donald, but, if you have a talent like that coming in, like Rams offensive line was bad enough as it was last year. And, you the 49ers adding a talent like Kinlaw, arthritic knee or not, that's a nightmare as well. So, I would take Kinlaw over Lamb or Judy, but still kind of worried a little bit.
Well, that front line of the 49ers now, I mean, they already have Nick Bosa. Now they've got Kinlaw.
It's just a question to me. Why trade Buckner if you're just going to replace him at 13? I don't
entirely based on contract. That has to be
like,
it.
It has to be, but like it wasn't like they were starved for cap space anyway. I mean, they could have kept Buckner this year and then shifted him next year.
Well, exactly. And that's why I think this is good because, well, good for anybody that's not a 49er fan, because how can you even make the argument they got better with this? They just kind of, if anything, they even out. But I mean, I wouldn't say they got better with this. I think they get better with the trade down. So a future pick, they get better. But if you take a CeeDee Lamb or you take a Jerry Jeudy here, you get better. I mean, you are now adding another mismatch on the field. I think that this might speak to how they feel about Kinlaw, but this might also speak to, when they were talking about actually giving Dante Pettis a shot and guys like that. I think maybe it might speak to how they feel about that receiver group. We'll see.
I mean, they lost Emmanuel Sanders, so you would think they would address that. I mean, Sanders was a big contributor. I mean, of course, I know they got Goodwin, they got Deebo Samuel, Austin Pettis, like you named, but to not take potentially two, game breakers at receiver and going Kinlaw is definitely surprising. I mean, I mean, Kinlaw is still one of the best interior defensive linemen in this class, still one of the best defensive players, but still, with what's available, what was available there, you expected the 49ers to at least take one of them. But maybe they were banking on Henry Ruggs making it down to them. And when they figured out that he wasn't, that's when I guess they kind of backtracked. I guess it seemed like maybe Henry Ruggs or bust for them. And maybe they didn't love those other two receivers as much as they loved Kinlaw. So maybe their board was Ruggs, Kinlaw, and then the next two receivers. So I guess Kinlaw was their guy, and that's what they went with.
Well, now we've got the Broncos on the clock, Mike. They've got Lamb and Judy in their lap. They literally can pick either one. I had them taking Justin Jefferson because I thought that all the other receivers would be gone. What do you think they do here?
Well, I thought that San Francisco was gonna take Lamb for sure. He just seemed like such a Kyle Shanahan type guy. So I've been going with Jerry Jeudy, and Jerry Judy's still wide receiver number one for me, and has been this entire year. So, I mean, selfishly, I want this to be Jerry Jeudy for the brand. I'm looking at the draft order now, and as an Eagles fan, I'm terrified that one of these wide receivers is making it to 17 for the Cowboys, and I will be very sad, Panda. Yeah, I hate how the wide receiver board has fallen so far. I did not want Dallas getting anyone of note. I would have been fine if they could take like Chason or AJ Epineza. I don't want them getting a game-breaking wide receiver. But in terms of Denver, I mean, the potential of having a wide receiver room that's got Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, and Deshaun Hamilton is kind of frightening and also really fun. I think this is going to be Jeudy.
Yeah, that Lamb or Judy, it's got to be one of them. I would be very shocked if it's not a wide receiver here. I think the Broncos and Elway, we see Elway on the screen now, has got to just be elated that both of those guys fell into his lap and he didn't have to trade up.
I think it's Jeudy, and I think Drew Lock is going to be very happy because, you know, Jeudy, and then you have Cortland Sutton. I mean, those two on the outside. I honestly, you don't even have to. The thing about Jerry Jeudy, actually, kind of the thing that led me to Ruggs is he didn't really operate that much on the outside. He was more of actually in the slot. So I definitely think it's a good pick.
That's a nasty. The duo of Sutton.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, the duo of Sutton and Jeudy is nasty. That's a fantastic receiving duo. In Drew Lock too. I mean, Judy's a guy that wins vertically. He's not maybe the fastest guy you ever have seen, but he's so smooth, can fit right into that slot role. So yeah, love this pick for the Broncos. Great value too. But I am surprised CeeDee Lamb is falling this far.
You know, it would be scary to see the Falcons bite on Lamb here.
Yeah, I put him with Julio.
Julio
and Calvin Ridley.
And Calvin Ridley.
First of all, CeeDee Lamb is going the next two picks more than likely. And those are both one of my worst nightmares, especially if it's the Falcons, because they already have Julio, Calvin Ridley. You add CeeDee Lamb to that, it's like, who else do you have left to cover them? I mean, obviously the Falcons have offensive line needs and some defensive needs, but oh my God, this is horrible. I know that the Saints don't play the Cowboys twice a year like the Eagles or some of the NFC East teams, but Cowboys are still a thorn in the Saints' side, and really the rest of the NFC.
What's interesting here is we're also forgetting the Falcons now have Todd Gurley.
Yeah.
So if I'm the Falcons and I'm stacking my team now with Julio Jones, Todd Gurley, CeeDee Lamb, Calvin Ridley, they just traded for Mark Andrews, I believe, right, from the Ravens?
No, they got the other one, Hayden Hurst.
I don't see how Atlanta doesn't call up Miami right now and say, "Do you want Becton? Go and get him, or we're grabbing him." Like
Becton's
I
already
would,
gone.
or not Becton. Who was Josh Jones, the next tackle? Because I feel like right now Miami they're in a tough spot. They have their quarterback, but they don't have anything around them. So I would totally coerce Miami to trade up. That's what I would be doing if I was Atlanta or if I was Dallas.
Philly, get on the phone. Get on the phone right now. Don't let Dallas get CeeDee Lamb. Don't let it happen. I've been saying I want Justin Jefferson at 21. But if CeeDee Lamb has made it to 16, forget I said anything about Justin Jefferson.
I mean, and like Howie Roseman isn't a guy like he's a guy that he's gonna make that move. Like he's not afraid to make the move if it makes sense. So you know the Eagles do need a wide receiver on the outside. You know, Alshon really hasn't worked out for him. You know, I would look at Rager there at 21 too, just because they do miss that speed guy.
Nope, don't want him. Do not want Jalen Rager at 21. I don't want fast Nelson Aguilar.
But see, if Roseman can move up here to 16, that'd be a huge move.
So I think now's a good time that I can actually share this. When I was down in Mobile, I was just like kind of in and around a conversation with the Falcons. I know that this is not going to be Chason because the Falcons representative that was talking to the media member that I was talking to had said that they hated the edge class outside of Chase Young. So if it wasn't going to be Chase Young, they weren't going to get one. And then they went ahead and paid Dante Fowler a whole bunch of money. So I know that this isn't going to be Chason. I just don't know who this is actually going to be.
Wow.
I think
Guys, this could be if I'm gonna call it one here, AJ Terrell could be a surprise pick here. We could see a corner come off the board. Would not shock me at all.
I think if it's corner, it's going to be Jeff Gladney. But I really wonder if the Falcons are going to go and get Lamb. That idea of having that electric offense is really appealing for me if I'm Atlanta.
Well, their pick is in. I thought they might potentially trade away their pick. I think they might go DN here. I think they might go either Chason or Ebenezer.
I don't think it's going to be an edge.
I think they should just go with somebody from LSU, whether it's. No, seriously. With all I would say it's Chason. I'd say Fulton would be a good pick, and I'd say even Patrick Queen here. I mean, I think all three of those guys would be options. If I had to choose, I'd probably trade. I mean, honestly, at this point, the way the draft's fallen, yeah, I don't know how you wouldn't why you would pick here. You're at 16. If you're not picking, somebody like CeeDee Lamb that has fallen. I don't know why you wouldn't trade down.
I had them taking Kinlaw, so I really don't know outside of him who they would take.
I had them taking Fulton. I think Fulton's number 2 he's number 2 on my board for corners. Unfortunately I didn't get a chance to see him because he wasn't at the Senior Bowl. That would have been awesome if he was there, but he's still a first-round talent. And I think you mentioned Gladney, Alexis. I think Gladney would be an option as well. I tend to lean Fulton here, but I mean, they could go a whole bunch of different directions here. I mean, keep in mind, they have a defensive-minded coach, so this could very well be a defensive pick. If I have to go with anybody, I'm gonna stick to my guns and say Fulton.
I think Fulton. I think the league's high on AJ Terrell and Jalen Johnson. Don't be shocked if it's one of those two guys. I would not be shocked.
Jalen Johnson here would absolutely shock me. Not now that you said that, but
I think. Listen, I'm just gonna say I think it's one of AJ Terrell or Jalen Johnson. I think the league loves AJ Terrell, man. We've heard that. I think Terrell makes sense as if they need a corner. I think that's the way they go, unless they bite on Lamb. That's the only way I see them not going Terrell here, because I do agree they don't go edge here.
Yeah.
So.
If they don't bite on Lamb, then he's there at 17 now.
I can't believe Lamb is still there, honestly.
I can. We were saying this the whole draft. Why has no one picked DK Metcalf? And I think DK Metcalf was a way better prospect.
Yeah.
I think Lamb's a way better prospect than DK Metcalf was, but still, are they going to overthink this again?
I mean, when you look at Lamb, I mean, everybody's comparing him to DeAndre Hopkins, and DeAndre Hopkins wasn't a top 15 pick. And you look back now, it's like, how was this guy not drafted in the top 15? And I think, looking down 5 years down the road, like people might be thinking the same thing about CeeDee Lamb.
Lamb, yeah, I think Lamb's
Hopkins
fallen-
went 27 in a bad draft.
Yeah.
Kevin Austin went number. I'm not even gonna say.
I think Lamb's falling simply just because he's not great. He's not a great athlete. I mean, literally, that's probably what's falling. I know there were some people that have reservations about his route running too, which I think are totally unfounded, but something to note.
I guess we'll see here.
Wow. Yep.
You called it. You were on the money there.
Told ya. AJ Terrell. And by the way, I hate this pick. I think AJ Terrell is a round 3 player.
Where do I have AJ Terrell? Hang on. I didn't have him go in this time.
I had a AJ Terrell at 39. I had a guy in my DMs at literally 4 a.m. saying my list sucked because AJ Terrell's his boy and I have him way too low.
Well,
I had AJ Terrell 60th, so
I am shocked.
That's
he was
CB
39th is a good ranking. He was my 7th corner. I have 7 corners in the top 39. I mean, I think this is a reach. 60th. To be honest,
this is a huge reach. They should have traded back with the Eagles. They should have.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was saying.
Selfish reasons, but yeah.
I love the pick.
Oh, look at you. Explain.
I love the pick because I'm a Saints fan.
I
don't love the pick as is. I think.
All right, Cowboys, Lloyd Cushenberry now.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, they reached on him. I had him ranked as my 7th corner as well. So of all the corners available, I mean, I would have not batted an eye if they'd taken Fulton, Gladney.
The Falcons gonna Falcon.
I'm gonna Randy Jackson this one. This ain't it, dog. This ain't it.
Like,
you
listen,
could have gotten him in round 2. You could have gotten him in round 2.
Like, listen, I don't think Terrell is as bad as Jamar Chase made him look, but I also don't think
he's not.
He's not nearly as good as the 16th overall pick would have you. I just don't see it.
I know a lot of people got really down on Terrell because Jamar Chase made him look like a small child out there for most of that game. But if we're basing it off of that one game, then wouldn't Cam Dantzler be CB1? Because he's the only guy to get a bad game out of Jamar Chase. It's just, I don't know. Terrell did nothing for me on tape, really.
I mean, he's a top 10 corner for me. I wouldn't say he did nothing. I still think he's very talented. It's just, it's more about, and like, I forget who said it here. You could have gotten him later. Like, you could have traded down. You could have gotten assets. Look at what the 49ers did. They traded down 1 pick. Sometimes all it takes is just 1 pick. Look at that trade value chart on drafttech.com. Look at how much they would have gotten if they just traded down like 5 selections. You know what I mean? If you're not going to take CeeDee Lamb, like who's available right now that you have to take? Nobody. Think about it. No one right now is like, I have to take him here at 17, except for CeeDee Lamb, really.
The Cowboys got to take Lamb here.
No, they don't.
That's like,
I don't want them to either. I don't like the Cowboys. I think it would be, if they didn't take Lamb here, Miami is at 18. I had them taking a tackle, but then think of Lamb ending up in Miami as well.
Ooh, Lamb and Tua? Oh my goodness gracious.
I think Tua would have rather had Judy, but no, I think that's a good point, Alexis. I mean, that would definitely be something. I look at the Cowboys roster here. They have Cedric Wilson right now listed as a starter on that depth chart. Noah Brown, 2 guys that they drafted later on the draft. If they give him a shot, cool. I don't think they will. I can literally hear, and Blaine, you might laugh at me for this. It's not Gruden this time. I can hear Jerry Jones saying CeeDee Lamb. Like I can hear him saying that. So it's going to be CeeDee Lamb.
Well, did you hear that he's going to lock himself in a room to make the pick?
What?
Yeah, apparently.
Don't be Don't be shocked when you hear quarterback Utah State Jordan Love.
Wait, who's the highest rated Arkansas player?
Oh,
You're joking there.
Yeah. Highest rated Arkansas player?
Just be Chase on. Just be Chase on.
wait a minute,
Kelvin
Jordan
and-
Love?
The
There's
highest
no-
rated, like of all time, are you saying, or just like?
No, I
no
mean
way.
like in this draft class because
Oh.
he's an Arkansas dude.
If this is Jordan Love, I'm gonna be shocked.
McTelvin and Jeem, let's go. He's
Gotta
the
be
highest rated Arkansas player.
he is.
Anthony
Just be
McFarland,
Chase
let's
on.
go.
Jerry.
So-
Jerry, I know you and I have never seen eye to eye or
Wow.
even spoken, but
Oh, pick is in.
So CD's not on the
come
phone,
on,
by the
be
way.
Chase on.
Okay, I have a problem with them doing that. The way they showed CeeDee Lamb, like the font of his name, I thought he was the pick. Because it says pick is in, and then they had
no,
I
CeeDee
think they take
Lamb.
Chase on though.
Mike
Oh, you
McCarthy
do?
looks comfortable.
I like them taking Chase on here.
I have never been so nervous for someone else's pick before.
I have someone, a close friend of mine, Tyler Peak, shout out to him. He has them going with McKinney. I could see that.
They're not going to go safety early.
They might.
Our guy Dalton's been thrashing safety picks at 17. Please, just
I think-
don't be
Well,
Lamb.
Jared's on the phone right now, so
This is just my guess. I'm gonna say it's Chase on.
Please be Chase on.
I think that makes sense. I think Lamb should be the pick here, but I think Chase on the smoke with Dallas and Chase on's been there throughout the whole process. So I'm gonna take Chase on.
Blaine and I had Chase
Come on,
on
you
in
paid
our,
Amari Cooper so
7-round
much
mock.
money.
Imagine if they just paid Byron Jones.
I think it could be Queen.
I mean, I'd be okay with that.
I do think, like, as this draft has gone on, I'd put money that it's CeeDee Lamb. I don't know. I think having him, Michael Gallup, Amari Cooper, I mean,
If it's CD, okay. If it's CD, it just makes so much sense. That's gonna be. It is CD. Okay.
that's
Boom,
BPA
Mike.
right there.
Oh,
Mike, we need an immediate reaction right now. Let's go, Mike.
I know the people can see, so
Oh Lord.
I think
that's sickening.
You've got CD, Zeke, Amari Cooper, Gallup, and Dak.
Oh my Lord, Cowboys fans are gonna be.
And
so
Jalen
annoyed.
Mills has to cover one of them.
And let's just say this tight end class will not have a tight end taken until probably late in the second,
Probably
unless
third.
someone actually goes for Cole Kmet in the first. I don't see it, but someone could. If that's the case, Dallas could easily snag a receiving tight end, grab somebody like Bryson Hopkins and just give Dak Prescott all the weapons. I mean, they could do that. And that's entirely possible. So you go out and you get CeeDee Lamb. I love this pick. I don't love it being a Rams fan and that he's going to be, Dallas is going to be a competition. But this makes them a lot better on the offensive side of the football. Dak Prescott, it's going to help him. I had my reservations about Dak. I thought he had a pretty good year last year to kind of put me on pause there, but it's going to look hard to shame Dak Prescott because I think he just got a lot better on that offensive side of the football with CeeDee Lamb.
Well, it's interesting because we have Miami picking again, and do they looking at offensive tackles? Maybe they don't go offensive tackle. I'm trying to think who they would take now. I'm kind of wondering if they go like a DeAndre Swift.
I mean, the weird thing is Miami is they're kind of a weird one here because their needs are so bad on the offensive line that it would be called a reach to get Josh Jones here, like Lucas Niang. But I mean, I can understand it because they have major needs. But what I would say in that regard is if they're going to do that, trade down. So, I mean, I could see it. Jesse Davis is the right tackle right now. Julian Davenport's the
Who?
left tackle. Okay. Eric Flowers and Michael Dieter are their guards. And then Ted Karras is their center. So Ted Karras might be the best offensive lineman on their O-line. I mean,
that is the saddest thing I've heard all day.
Honestly, he might be the best, and it's not close.
Listen, that's a trio of Michael Gallup, Amari Cooper, and CeeDee Lamb for Dak Prescott.
Don't remind me, Nick.
He just had to embed that in your brain.
Listen, I'm just saying, man. Like people sleep on Gallup too. Gallup is a pretty solid receiver. As a third option, that's great. I mean, that's great for Dak Prescott. He still needs a center, but outside of that, that offensive line's really good still. Zeke is obviously still a really good running back. Was a little bit off last year, but he's still good. And who knows? Apparently, Blake Jarwin is something too. So maybe they actually have a tight end. So we'll see. That's a nice. If I'm Dak Prescott, I'm partying tonight.
You know what? It's not going to matter when Philly gets Justin Jefferson at 21. However, it will absolutely matter if they decide to get like T. Higgins or Jalen Reagor.
Do you guys think that Miami could take Chase in here?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah,
they could.
I've been calling that one for a while.
Chason makes a lot of sense. I just never expected Chason to be there. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me.
I think that they
Okay.
Or like McKinney, something like that.
Blaine, who do we have?
McKinney could still be available at 26.
I'll throw out a name that could be a bit of a surprise. How about Cesar Ruiz?
That is my guy. I love Cesar Ruiz. I think they're gonna get him at 26, but Cesar Ruiz is my number one draft guy. Like, this is number one. I think that
You're saying the Dolphins?
Yeah, Fins could go Ruiz here, perhaps. Possible.
I don't, because they like Ted Karras. Then they just signed him. Like I think if anything.
Yeah, but Ruiz can play guard too.
That's
And
true. But who are you playing at guard or center? Would you go Karras at center?
Probably, yeah. I mean, Ruiz is good at both spots, so it wouldn't matter. I think Ruiz, when you have when you're Dolphins and you're looking at a rebuild, and you can get a talent like Ruiz, you do it, because I think Ruiz is legitimately comfortably a top 25 player in this class. So yeah, I wouldn't call it a reach. Josh Jones would be a reach, but that could be the guy here. I fully, if we're going by how Brian Flores has drafted, this one's probably going to be Chason, I would say, though. But who knows?
I mean, according to the best on my board, it would be Patrick Queen, but I don't really see the fit there. I kind of do, but you know, they have Jerome Baker, they have Raekwon McMillan, you know, they signed Landon Roberts, they signed Kemu Gregor-Hill. You know, I mean, I think Patrick Queen's great. I mean, he's my 7th overall player, but I don't know. Like, I just don't know how you can address, like, see, quarterback I got. You have to get your franchise quarterback. That's fine. But I don't know how they address any other position now without focusing on the offensive line, because you got your quarterback. You saw what the Giants did. They got somebody for Daniel Jones. You saw what Tampa Bay did. Look, we just got Tom Brady. Let's protect our investment here. You know, let's go out and get a tackle. So yeah, I don't know. I think that's kind of like where I would lead. And that's ultimately why I would trade down, because I don't think that there's anybody worth picking at 18 as far as offensive line go.
This could
Why
be
is Fire Howie trending?
because he didn't trade up for
Eagles.
Lamb.
I get that, but really?
Yeah,
for not trading up for Lamb.
Yeah, Josh Jones would be the next offensive tackle on my board at 46 overall. So,
do you think this could be a surprise pick in like Ezra Cleveland or Austin Jackson? I'm just thinking.
Lord.
I like Austin Jackson more than a lot of people do. And I don't mind Jones being the pick either. If it's Ezra Cleveland, I might have to mute my microphone for laughing. Like, I might actually have to do that. He's so bad. Like, he's legitimately bad.
Yes, show that trade, you guys. Show that trade. Yes, sir.
Is it? What do we got?
Minka, baby. This is the Minka pick. I want to see what they traded Minka for.
Oh, yeah. I got confused. Yeah. So yeah, this would have actually been the Steelers pick, right?
Oh my God! If they traded Minka for Ezra Cleveland. Oh, please no.
Like, yo,
I want Brian Flores to have success, so please don't.
Guys, I'm telling you right now, worse than Ezra Cleveland for me would be Austin Jackson. Okay, I'm not sure.
Really?
Guys, I don't like Austin Jackson. No, I think he's pretty bad actually.
I can tell.
Like he's
I don't think he's that.
Yeah, go Alexis.
I was gonna say, so the pick is in, and the pick is Austin Jackson. So I that's such a reach to me. Austin Jackson is not a first round talent at all.
Nope.
I had a 4th round grade on Austin Jackson.
Oh, I had a 5th on Cleveland, so I had a 2nd on Jackson.
That bums me out because I really wanted Miami to kill the first round. I wanted them to kill the first round, honestly.
I had him at 56 overall. This is a reach. Point blank, this is a reach. I don't know how you pick him over Josh Jones. I don't know how you pick him over. I don't know Josh Jones, Niang, Adeniji. I like more. I don't know. I don't like this pick.
This, I think, a big.
You guys are gonna flame me.
I think a big part of this. I think a big part of this was character. Brian Flores wants to build a culture, a New England culture. Austin Jackson's very high character. We know what he did for his sister. Very high character. He's got a lot of athleticism. Great footwork. I think he moves well. I just think his technique as a whole is bad. I mean, listen, as an offensive lineman, you got to have timing down. That's a basic thing as an offensive lineman. If you don't have timing down, you're going to get caught oversetting, undersetting, lunging, and that's what you see consistently on Austin Jackson's film. He's just not good technically. His hands are all over the place. Listen, I just don't like the pick here, but I get why they did it. He's got upside, and he could be a starter in this league. But at 18, man, I'm out. I'm out on that.
I would
as the highest one here on Jackson. He was OT5 for me, but I didn't think he was going to be the 5th one taken. I felt like his issues, if he was given a good offensive line coach, could be fixable. But I don't know. He's not going to a position a spot where he can sit and learn basic offensive line technique. This is not looking good.
You want me to be brutally honest?
Who likes Austin Jackson?
They just drafted Julian Davenport, and they have Julian Davenport.
Guys, they just traded Minka Fitzpatrick for Austin Jackson.
Or yeah, actually, that's exactly what
Justin
happened.
Spriggs 2.0. Justin Spriggs 2.0.
I don't want to hate on the guy, because I mean, he hasn't even turned 21 yet. He's got upside. I obviously saw it, and he's a 2nd round talent for me. But I just don't understand how you don't trade down when you see somebody like that. If that's who you want, trade down. Like,
you can literally wait till 26.
This is too early.
I just come on. Like, and here's the thing is, I understand like the culture thing totally makes sense, but it's like you're Miami. Like, there's a reason you were picking in the top 5. You have to take that. You have to take the advantage of having these picks. To trade Minka Fitzpatrick away was dumb in itself. But to trade him away and get Austin Jackson with that pick, I mean, that's not a 1st rounder. So basically, the Steelers just gave up a 2nd rounder, in my opinion. And I mean, they still have no other offensive tackle. They need a guard. So they fill in one of the offensive tackle spots. They still have 2 more, and they have a guy that's extremely raw, Julian Davenport. He's probably never going to get it. In Austin Jackson, who's also raw. Again, I don't want to crap on him because I think he has upside and can get better. I just don't like the pick by Miami. I'm not going to fault Austin Jackson for being drafted. I watched him a ton. I like USC, so I know what I mean when I say this. I just feel like there were other guys there that they could have gone with. And to me, this is way too early. Again, I understand, the time limit's cut down. Maybe trades aren't as easy to make. They should have made a trade. They should have traded down. This is a reach.
Even if it was just their pick, it's a bad. We're disregarding they traded Minka for this pick. that would have
That's
been
what just makes it funny.
Like that would have been a reach they were picking at 18. So yeah,
Well,
I don't.
The Raiders.
Devin, stop sending me CD Lamb stuff.
I
No,
think
you got to watch the
Loving it.
video. It's funny.
It's not funny. It's sad. It's making me cry.
But look,
Who's
no,
lost Vegas?
Yeah, Alexis.
Vegas.
wait a minute.
pick
The
is-
Raiders.
and
Are the Raiders going love?
it hasn't. They
I'm very.
Are they gonna pick?
I don't know if they've announced it on TV, so I don't want to say.
Just type in the chat.
Whoa.
This is such a Raider.
Whoa!
No!
You gotta be kidding me. Are you serious? man?
Let's
This is
go.
the biggest reach yet.
This is such a Raiders.
Guys.
Whoa!
Hey, I'm
I
actually-
love Damon Arnett. but
I like Damon Arnett. I mean, it's
No
it's
way.
it's a reach
This
in
is
a
a
sense.
But listen, this is better than this is. He's a better corner than AJ Terrell is. And he went
Yeah,
very
exactly.
securely.
At my fifth corner. I don't know. I like this pick actually. I mean,
had-
it is a reach. Don't get me wrong, but I like the player a lot.
He reminds me of last year when they took Clelin Farrell at 4.
Damon
All right,
Arnett.
so Arnett graded out as my 25th overall prospect. Okay,
He's my 34th. It's a little bit of a reach, but not bad. Like
exactly. And you're going to have those in these types of drafts where there was a very limited amount of pre-draft process and actual evaluation that you could do. So because of that, I like this pick. I think Arnett, if anything, was underrated because he played with Okuda. I know people look at that the other way around. They don't throw to Okuda, so he gets, picked on, whatever. I don't care that he played really, he played alongside maybe the best generational cornerback prospect I've seen in a decade. Doesn't matter to me. He's still a very talented cornerback. He's coming from cornerback U over the last however many years. I mean, I like this pick, and it's exactly what I would expect the Raiders to do because he kind of reminds me a little bit of the guy that got picked from Ohio State. I forget. It was like a couple drafts
Gary
ago.
Conley?
Yeah, and I was a huge Gary and Conley fan, so maybe that's why I like it. But I don't see you guys were like making me think it was Ezra Cleveland. I was about to lose it, but Damon
I don't
Arnett's
like
a good
this pick.
player.
I don't like this pick. All right, like everything you said, like my concerns with Damon Arnett was I wondered whether or not he had enough long speed in order to really be competitive at the next level. I know he's a very physical corner, but I had a lot of concerns. And he's an older corner prospect. He did have some technique flaws. I graded him out really low. I was probably lower on him than most. He was my cornerback 12. I had a late 3 on him. Yeah, this is a massive reach for me.
Yeah, I had an early second on Arnett. I think this is listen. It's not a great pick. It's not good value. That's not something I'll claim. But I think they're getting a very good player. This is a guy that went up.
They are.
Like this is listen. Damon Arnett is arguably the most besides Joe Burrow is obviously it might be the most improved player in the nation. This past year, his junior tape was bad. Like it was seriously.
Oh, yeah.
It was day 3 tape. I think his senior tape was early day 2 tape. If I were the Raiders, I maybe would have traded back. I think they could have recouped some draft capital. They don't have a second round pick, so it would have been nice for them, I think, to trade back and get some more capital. But I mean, I don't blame them for high on Arnett. That's for sure.
I didn't even have Arnett as one of my top 10 corners, so I'm not a fan of it. He reminds me a lot of I don't know why Eli Apple comes to my mind, but that trajectory, I don't see because someone mentioned Conley, the Raiders drafted Conley. Now he's not even on the Raiders anymore. So we'll see. I just think, Jeff Gladney and Fulton are available. Why would you take Damon Arnett? But
no, I agree with that.
And Gladney and Arnett are about the same size, and Gladney had better film.
I can agree with that.
But he's not a prestigious program. He's not a 5-star program. That we should know this. Someone tweeted out earlier today. We should be better at knowing who Mayak's going to pick. He spent a decade telling us who he likes on air every year.
They did. You have to give him credit though. They did like nail the Max Crosby pick. I mean, he was one of the best rookies last year. You know, I think it's not just the big programs. I know it looks that way because, you know, they did go out and they got, I believe they got Mullen last year from Clemson. But I don't know. To me, I think this is a good pick. I think there are other corners that I would have taken, but I like Arnett a lot. And like the disparity between Arnett, who I have in the first round, and Gladney, who I have in the first round, and Fulton, I had Fulton more in the teens, whereas, you know, Gladney and Arnett are kind of on that same tier for me. So, you know, you can go with either one. It's like splitting hairs in my opinion. Arnett, you're getting somebody that knows how to tackle. So, you know, for that reason, I like him a little bit more in that regard. Somebody that's very physical. You know, I think he's going to be, you know, great, you know, in obvious press coverage. I thought, you know, he really excelled at. So really the biggest thing for me that stood out the most is I feel like he's the most ferocious tackler of the corners that I watched.
Well, he certainly, you know, ended up being a first round pick, but the Jags pick is in.
This is going to be interesting. They're in a weird spot here because the corners, they could go corner. They could go pass rusher. I think if when we know Yannick Ngakoue is probably going to leave. Could be Chase on here. Know they have Josh Allen there, but Calais Campbell's gone. I think Chase on makes sense, but that's another first round pick and on the D line for them, and it's a lot of investment on the D line that they've had draft wise.
But one of them was Taven Bryan. So
yeah, I mean, listen, it's a massive gap to ruin your relationship with Yannick Ngakoue. I mean, he's a young stud who could have been a building block in the future. So that in itself is a massive loss for the Jaguars. But at least if they get Chase on here, they are getting a guy with so much upside, and they have shown the ability to be able to develop those defensive linemen. So certainly could be a nice pick for them.
I think they just got to go defense. You know, whatever the pick is, it's got to be defense, in my opinion.
I think it's pass rusher. I think it's going to be Chase on. Surprised he's still available. You know, I think he's a tremendous talent, but I think he comes off the board here at 20. You know, the weird thing about this edge class is that it's really Chase Young and then Chase Son a little bit later. But I mean, it's not like, you know, edge that we've seen in the past.
It's bad.
Yeah, I mean, point blank, I wouldn't say it's bad. I would say I'd rather be picking in the second round to grab edge.
Yeah, it's not good. But let's say that this is Chase on here at 20. Think about the last two drafts for Jacksonville. Last year, Josh Allen fell into their lap at 7. And everyone thought that he was going to be like maybe gone at like 2 or 3.
Isn't it
he fell to 7.
Pick?
And yes, this is the
okay.
So this is what you traded for Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah, it's probably then it'll be somebody good like Chase on, or they'll get Gardner Minshew a weapon in Justin Jefferson. But I'm leaning Chase.
Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. Not the pick before the Eagles. Thank you very much. Not the guy I've been wanting them to take for a month.
Pick him? All right, there we go. Caleb on Chase on.
Hey, oh my. Yeah, that is 2 good years in a row.
So that honestly is a lot farther than I thought he'd drop.
Yeah, this is about where he was preseason. So I'm a little surprised he fell this far, but I think they're getting a tremendous player, somebody that's going to come in day one, and I won't say he'd make you forget about Yannick, but I think you'll be in good hands with Caleb on Chase on.
So the Eagles are up next. Blaine, what do you think the Eagles do?
I mean, I think you got to look at wide receiver or cornerback, right, Mike? I mean, you like Jefferson. I love Jefferson too. I think that's probably going to be the guy. Maybe you look at safety like McKinney. You know, they got rid of Malcolm Jenkins, so McKinney could be an option. I personally, I love Jalen Reagor, so like I would go Reagor personally, just because they missed that speed with Deshaun Jackson last year. But I think they address the secondary, go receiver here.
So I will say this. Oh, go ahead, Nick.
I'll tell you who I would want them to get if I were an Eagles fan. I think, me personally, I'm very high on Jalen Reagor. I have a first-round grade on Reagor. So if I were them, I would personally go Reagor here. I think he opens up that offense big time, and I think they need that. I mean, they just need a receiver, period, anyways.
Yeah.
So it's Jefferson or Reagor. One of those two is where I would go. I don't think you can lose by going either one of those guys. But yeah, I think the smoke today is pointed towards Jalen Reagor. So I wouldn't be shocked if Reagor comes off the board here.
So I will say this. There are a handful of guys where I'd be like, absolutely no problem if they took him. One of them is Justin Jefferson. That's my guy. Like, he's wide receiver 4. He's like who I absolutely want. I tweeted out today that like, if they got Justin Jefferson, I was going to be ecstatic. If they got Jerry Jeudy, my fat self was going to be doing backflips today. Obviously, that one can't happen. But like Denzel Mims, I'm cool with that. Antoine Winfield Jr., that's my guy. I'm fine with that. Jalen Reagor's hands scared the crap out of me. He does not have very good hands. He is very fast. He does not have very good hands. And you can chalk some of that up to absolutely dreadful quarterback play at TCU. But I just got through 4 or 5 years of having to watch Nelson Aguilar. So if you get Reagor, you're getting Nelson Aguilar, but he's just faster, which that's just Corey Coleman. And I don't want that.
We'll see. He's not. I don't see Goodell yet, but the pick is in.
I'm not seeing anything, so. Also, if this is McKinney, I'm fine. Like, if this is a safety or this is like Mims or Jefferson, I'm fine. If it's like T. Higgins or Jalen Reagor, I'm scared.
I mocked him Denzel Mims earlier today in my final mock. I think he'd be a good fit, but I'm a lot higher on Reagor than you are, apparently.
I don't know who this is going to be. I guess
I just found out.
I lean.
I'm not going to say anything.
Here, okay, so I lean Jefferson, but I feel like this pick is screaming that it's going to be Jalen Reagor. Get that guy to go deep down the field and, a field stretcher, if you will, but somebody that isn't necessarily a go-getter because you have,
This could also be a sleeper pick is Jalen Johnson if they go corner.
Well, it looks like Justin Jefferson's on the phone, so it's probably Justin Jefferson. But if it's not Justin Jefferson, I get it. Reagor's somebody that can, move very well in space. Again, field stretcher. I think with Justin Jefferson, guy that can go up and high point the football, they may feel like they already have that in Alshon Jeffrey, regardless of his health or not. They may feel that way. I don't. But I personally, if I were the Eagles, I'd probably take Jefferson here. He's number 4 on my board. Reagor is below him on my board. So I would take Jefferson. I think that they're probably going to take Jefferson because I just saw them, he was just taking a phone call. So we'll see.
What's interesting is after this pick is Minnesota, who also could potentially take a receiver. So
wow.
Yeah. This draft worked out well for Minnesota.
Has it been announced?
Well, regardless, they're going to get Mims or they're going to get Reagor or they're going to get Jefferson.
So I'm not going to spoil the pick. I just saw it on my feed, unfortunately. But yeah. This is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. I'll say that.
I hate you guys.
I mean, I think it's going to be a receiver. The only other position, it's, like I said, there's some corners left on the board. I have no idea who it is. I haven't seen anything, but I think receiver or corner are the only 2 positions that make sense for me for the Eagles. I hope it's Justin Jefferson.
Come on, Howie. Change your mind. Change your mind. I need to grab another beer. I hate this pick. I absolutely hate this pick.
Let's go. I love this.
I absolutely despise this pick.
I love this. Listen, Jalen Reagor is a stud, man. A stud.
He can't catch. I just watched Aguilar not be able to catch for 4 years. I don't need another first-round guy that can't catch. He sucks. He's a late second round at best. Congrats, you're fast. You know who else was fast? John Ross. What's he done? This is terrible.
Jalen Reagor can actually run routes.
Wait, he can run routes-ish, and he might be able to catch eventually. This is fast. This is fast Aguilar. This is terrible. Justin Jefferson is right there. He had production. He could run routes. He could catch. He put up like 1,300 yards in the SEC.
Wait.
Why, Howie?
Wait, Reagor had a ton of production.
I had to tune in because it's being absolute chaos right now, obviously. And the Vikings are up. Yay.
Oh my God. I hate this pick so much. I absolutely hate this pick. Howie does some dumb crap. Like once it's an even numbered year, so I should have seen this coming. Odd numbered years, he nails it. Even numbered years, he's terrible. Oh, I absolutely hate this.
I mean, you look at like what Deshaun Jackson did for the Eagles last year, and I mean, he opened up that offense so much, and when he went down, the offense took a hit. Did they get a guy that can stretch the field? And I'm with Nick here. Like, he's not John Ross. He's a guy that can run routes. He does have issues with his hands. Like, I'll give you that. But his ability to the ball in his hands, his ability to stretch the field, that's something the Eagles lacked last year.
And you could get 95% of that with Justin Jefferson, who's just not as fast, but is better at literally everything else.
He's another slot guy, though.
I think
like
that
Reagor.
That's my perception is we don't need another slot.
I think I understand your frustration there because you had your sights set on Jefferson. Because trust me, I've been there. I mean, like I was ask anybody. I was so mad when the Rams picked Cooper Kupp and not Chris Godwin. I was so mad when they picked Gerald Everett and not George Kittle. But what it comes down to is Jalen Reagor is either a late first, mid late first, early second. I wouldn't say he sucks. I know you're frustrated, but I think he's a really good prospect.
This is
he's
the
a great
last
route runner.
guy I wanted.
I know, and we talked about this, but I mean he's legit, and you'll see that Carson Wentz is going to get him the football and just let him work. They're going to use him bubble screens. They're going to use him as a route runner. In space. He could be. I'm not saying he will be OBJ, but when he gets into space, he's dangerous. He's electric. So I think this is somebody that could beat you over the top. He can work in the slot. He can work on the outside. He gives you return ability. He's got the potential to be huge for them, and I actually do like the pick. Now I have a higher grade on Justin Jefferson, so I totally agree with you there. But they apparently felt kind of how I was leaning before I switched it to Jefferson, where they kind of feel like they have that guy that can go up and get the football, and Alshon Jeffrey. They felt, regardless of the situation with Deshaun Jackson, they felt like they needed another speed guy and a guy inside that can kind of do it all. So I get the pick, and I think Reagor is very talented, so I don't think it's a bad pick at all.
I would have liked him better in round 2.
Oh yeah, no, I get that.
Like a lot better in round 2.
I think
guys with questionable hands should not be first round picks. Like,
agreed.
I don't know. Great, he's fast. He has possibly some of the worst hands in the wide receiver room.
Now, Ben is a Vikings fan, and he's waited patiently for this.
I'm grabbing
so
beer.
I want to put the spotlight on him because it was kind of getting a little hectic. So, Ben, who do you want? Who do you think? So who do you want, and who do you think the Vikings are going to make the pick here?
Oh man, I'm torn between Fulton and Gladney, to be honest. I like them both, so I'm okay with either of those guys, and I think it's going to be one of those guys. It's no offense, like we were just talking about Justin Jefferson. I think he's a great guy, but Adam Thielen already mans our slot at the moment, so I don't know if we need to add another slot. If
we have to force Adam Thielen to play outside or he has to play outside, I'd rather not have to move a wide receiver to a position that's weaker, not their number one strength. So I want to go corner here. Josh Jones I'm also would be good with, but I think Josh Jones is more likely to be there at 25 than either of those corners because I think, New England, the Saints, those guys are less likely to go tackle. That's me. I've been surprised, I didn't think I know that people were talking about Terrell, but I didn't think Terrell was going to go that high. I thought he was a second rounder. I definitely thought Damon Arnett was, or however you say his name, excuse me, a second or third rounder. So I was very surprised by that. So I'm just happy that the guys that I think are great have fallen into our laps. So I'm happy. We're at 22 and 25, and we're in a good spot, I think.
Yeah, I think that if they don't take a receiver, they're going to take a corner as well. I
Yep.
really like Jeff Gladney, and he's still here. You could see 2 TCU guys go back to back. We just saw Rieger go, and now we could see Gladney go. So we'll see. The pick is in.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can't go wrong with Gladney. You can't go wrong with Jefferson here.
Yep.
Fulton to me is the best guy available right now.
I
on
agree.
Board. So
I think Fulton's the best corner.
That.
I think Fulton's the best corner, but I think Gladney might be the best fit for the team.
Yeah, no, that makes
any sense. But I think Fulton is the better corner, and I think he's just a fine fit. It's up to Mike Zimmer in reality who he takes, which corner he prefers, or if we take the tackle, if we take Justin Jefferson. I was surprised also by when they said from Miami, Tua Tagovailoa is going to be really happy. And I'm like, oh, no, there goes Josh Jones. And then it was Austin Jackson. I'm like, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm 100% okay with that.
Exactly.
My Dolphins friend is not okay with that.
I can imagine. I will say, the Vikings did make an interesting move this offseason. They did get Tajay Sharp. I'm a little higher on him than the average fan. I do think he's good enough to start in this league. Alexis and I are very high on Olabisi Johnson, a friend of the show. And Adam Thielen, anybody that knows me knows I love Adam Thielen. So
I like Tajay. I like BC. I don't know if they can take enough pressure off Thielen. I want somebody that takes a little more pressure off of him personally.
That's true. No,
I think those guys are more accessories.
Yeah, I guess my only issue here with taking a receiver, and don't get me wrong, I still love Justin Jefferson, 4th overall receiver on my board. But, I look at it here and I'm like, how much better is Justin Jefferson than waiting in the 2nd round and taking a receiver or the 3rd round? Like, I don't feel like they need. It's not a need. It's there for the taking in a legendary wide receiver draft class. Why reach? Not necessarily reach, but why take one in the 1st round when you have other needs?
Brian Edwards, Chase Claypool is going to be later. Holton Hill.
Their cornerbacks are Mike Hughes, Holton Hill, Nate Meters, and Kaman Hall, I believe, if I got that right.
It's another Texas guy. We have another Texas guy. We have Hill and Chris Boyd. Thank you.
So I don't know. To me, I could see them going corner. Fulton.
Yeah. Oh, the
Gladney,
pick is
like
in.
Alexis said. And
we're doing the skull chant. Gotta love the skull chant. I just want to know how you be like one of these people that gets to be in the background because that's kind of cool. I'll probably duck out after this pick and I might jump in again for 25. Okay. I'm okay with it. Not excited, but I'm okay with it.
There we go. All right. Then what we're seeing.
Not mad.
What do you guys think?
Well, Ben, what do you think? You're the Vikings.
Like I said, I'm not mad. I'm not super excited, but I think we could have gone in a worse direction. I'm okay with it because I think he's a really good receiver. I just don't know if I would have taken him. I mean, I think he's oh, wow. And New England just traded. Wow. Okay. Sorry. I just don't know if this is the right move at this moment with the value at wide receiver. And the Chargers are moving up. That is interesting. Okay. But sorry, I get distracted by this draft right now.
No worries, man.
But yeah, I'm okay with it.
I have more beer.
It's good to give him another threat. And I mean, if he's something special, I'll be happy. So, and he has that potential.
All right, so this trade, the Chargers get 23, Pats get 37 and 71.
Nice trade.
Okay,
Pats
I
aren't
mispicked
that high on
22.
Jordan
Who was
Love
it?
then. It was Justin Jefferson.
Oh, come on!
Sorry, brother.
Oh.
Well, it was really funny because you just went off on a tangent, and then Ben comes in here and he's like, yeah, I can't wait to watch my team make a pick. And then you're like, yeah, I'll be okay with this guy or this guy. And then it gets the guy that you wanted. And he's just like, yeah, it's a pretty good pick. And you were like, so, oh my, I don't think I've ever been on a live stream of any kind seeing someone that angry.
I don't think so either. Me neither.
Th-
Or my phone's
Guys,
getting low, so I can't stream for too long.
To sum this up, I feel right now how Giants fans felt with their entire first round last year. I absolutely despise that pick. I promised myself I was only going to have 2 beers for the night. This is beer number 3. It caused a 3rd beer.
Well, I'm interested in
Also,
what the Chargers traded up for.
I didn't even realize the Chargers traded up. Who do you think that they traded up for?
what do
Maybe
they need still?
I don't know. I'm trying to think.
I mean, they like Blaine and I had a hard time making picks for
Did they
them.
trade up for a running back maybe to replace Gordon?
Maybe
I don't,
Smith?
I don't know, man.
Who else? They
Maybe Mims. I mean, I don't know. Oh no, duh. No, they traded up for Josh Jones because Sam Tevy is their right tackle.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
This is interesting that they're
Well,
coming up.
I don't know if that's 100% true because I do know that they spent a 3rd round pick on Trey Pipkins from Sioux Falls. I like him. I do. I don't know how much they like him, but I mean, you just spent a 3rd round pick on an offensive lineman last year. You have to let him develop. You would think. I mean, maybe not. Devin, you've gotten super quiet.
Hey, sorry. I'm in charge of doing web stuff for my news station. So I was writing up the Philadelphia pick.
Oh.
Yeah, he's from the Pennsylvania area. Oh, not that this is the time to bring this up, but Jalen Rieger has me blocked on Twitter before tonight. So if he didn't already, he probably would have by now.
How did he block you? Did you just say
I
it's
have
not
no
good?
idea because I don't think I had actually tweeted anything overly negative. Just that he had like inconsistent hands and some, like 2nd round tape.
Like, listen, I've been blocked by Devin White and Rashawn Gary, so
I've been blocked by Joe Mixon for 4 years now. So
Tack McKinley came at me because someone said, "Who's the one player you don't want the Rams to draft?" And I said McKinley. And then he apparently was looking for his name.
Did you put that on everything?
No, it was just a thread. Dude, these guys, not everybody. I'm not accusing
No,
every
that was just
athlete
a
of doing
reference
this.
to his draft when he had the
okay.
photo.
Okay.
Because he put that on everything.
Yeah.
Are they, or maybe is Los Angeles maybe coming up for a corner, like Fulton?
That's what I
Yeah,
I
I'm
like
a little
their
surprised
corners,
he's still
though.
here.
They jumped
it
for
might be a
Norwood.
linebacker like Queen or Murray.
I mean, you have Casey Hayward, Desmond King, Chris Harris Jr., and Michael Davis played really well. I don't know. And they have Brandon Facyson or however you say his name as well. I don't think they would go corner here. You know what they might do? They might go after Queen.
They could. Jatavis Brown's still there. Denzel Perryman's kind of bad, so wouldn't shock me. Although Drew Tranquil was good last year, so
I mean, Nick Vigil, Malik Jefferson, Kaiser White.
Well, the picks in and they
Kenneth Murray.
took Kenneth Murray.
So
That's
wrong
my guy.
linebacker. They picked Kenneth Murray.
They wanted to get ahead of Baltimore then.
This is a reach to me.
I like this pick.
I think Murray is talented. Murray, he struggles. The thing about Murray, I feel like he's more of a guy that can stop the run. He struggles. Like, to me, I saw Simmons and I saw Queen, and then I'd say maybe, I'd say yes. I'd say Sternad as well. I thought they were the best cover linebackers. I struggle with Kenneth Murray as a linebacker in coverage.
Yeah, he's not great in coverage.
Kenneth Murray is bad, but not bad. He's just there for me. Like, literally, he's great downhill. If this was 10 years ago, Kenneth Murray goes in the top 10. because he's just so good downhill. Great athleticism and burst, but his coverage ability and processing ability is just not there. I don't know how you take Murray before Queen. Like, I don't get it. I think Queen's the better modern NFL linebacker, has all the athleticism, but better coverage ability and better instincts. I think the Chargers trading up for Queen would have been fine, but to go Murray here, I just think it's a mistake.
Well, we got the Saints pick next, and I think they're going to take Jordan Love.
I'm gonna say this could be Queen. I think this could be a corner too for them. I don't know.
Here we go. This is the most stressful pick of the day for me.
So I'm actually confused here because I just it just processed that the Chargers traded up to get Kenneth Murray when Queen was available. They traded up. I don't get that. I think that hurts the pick even more, which the pick is already somewhat of a head scratcher to me.
Okay, so I know that the Ravens really liked Murray because he kind of fit all of their he ticked all those boxes. So if they really wanted Murray, they needed to get in front of Baltimore. And if it were Queen, they wouldn't have had that concern because Baltimore's never selected an LSU player, ever. And with Nick DeCosta, his own tendency of, instead of picking Alabama guys like Ozzie Newsome did, it's become picking Oklahoma players.
Yeah.
So Jalen Hurts is what you're saying.
Moving to receiver.
I think they're going to go I think they're going to take Jordan Love, and if not, Patrick Queen.
I think that the Saints firmly believe that they are Super Bowl contenders. They won't take a quarterback here. I think they go with Patrick Queen.
If it's true, if it's true that they think Hill is a franchise quarterback, they're obviously not going to go
Well, interesting development. I don't know if you guys saw it. It was very it had no reporting whatsoever. But Taysom Hill declined his option. He declined his tender. So I don't know how that works. I I think that makes him a free agent, right? He declined his franchise, or the tender.
Was that just reported now?
I saw it a couple days ago.
Huh.
He won't sign it. You get tendered, of course, but you have to sign it.
I just think it's a holdout.
Okay.
It's like you're on the franchise tag, but you haven't signed it, I think.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's interesting though, because they viewed him. I don't know why you would, but if they, say they viewed him as a franchise quarterback and now he's holding out, they might be like, all right, and move on. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. For me, Eason is the best quarterback available on my board. You can get Eason in the second round. It's kind of weird, guys, because I know we all kind of fall in this situation where we all have our own draft boards, and you're looking at your board and you're like, okay, I have him here, but I know the NFL values him way over here. And so when you make a mock draft and people are like, well, you have him here on your draft board, but you put him over here in the mock draft. It's yeah, because I'm trying to be right. You know what I mean? It's what I'm hearing.
I think Jeremiah sums it up perfectly. Your big board is what you see. Your big board is based off your eyes. Your mock drafts are based off your ears.
I agree. I think that's the best way to put it. But
well, the Saints have kind of let the clock run down.
They might be trying to trade back. They only have they pick here at 24, then they don't pick again until 88.
It's a good observation there. I mean, I would. This is a draft to have a second, third, fourth round pick. I would stack as many as those as you can.
I'm still pissed about the Eagles pick. I'm not gonna lie. I'm still pissed.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you're just gonna have to wait till the season. I feel like what happens for me, I just have to wait till the season starts to hope that I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Looks like the Saints pick is in. So, oh man.
Not seeing it anywhere, but. Like pounding refresh on the feed, trying to see what this is. If this is Devin's guy, Cesar Ruiz, we just need to focus on his reaction to if his favorite player in the entire class goes to his favorite team.
If they did take a Ruiz, it would be kind of crazy after taking Eric McCoy last year. But I guess you could put one of them at guard.
So I think it's safe to say when it's all said and done, Mike won't be getting a Jalen Reagor jersey.
No. No.
When he turns into a stud, will you get that jersey?
Well, no, I have a rule that I can't get the jersey of a player that's younger than me. So none of these guys are eligible for that anyways. But if I had to, I would just go and get a customized Justin Jefferson jersey in Eagles green, and it would make me feel.
Well, you know, that officially would be declined by the NFL.com because he's now in the league.
Damn it. Yeah, I think the last year that guys were like
New England traded
Cesar
What up?
Ruiz.
Who took Cesar Ruiz?
Saints. They just
the
didn't.
Saints got him. Okay. They totally like messed up on the graphic. What do you think?
Devin?
Well, actually, Devin, you were the one talking. You like him, right?
Yep.
That's his guy.
That's my inside offensive tackle one.
Monster.
I thought that he might fall to 26 to the Dolphins, but to see that he's coming to New Orleans and filling an obvious need that the Saints need, interior offensive line absolutely killed them against the Vikings, absolutely killed them against the Rams. Every time that they play the Rams, they need someone in the middle of that offensive line to help fill that need. So for the Saints to pick him, this is my guy. This is my number one guy. Draft crush, whatever you want to call it. I've loved him from the moment I saw that Notre Dame against Michigan game. Provides a lot of versatility. You can play center and both guard spots. Someone that can help anchor the Saints interior offensive line. I think that the Saints may go receiver here if they didn't get Emmanuel Sanders in free agency. Didn't get him during that time, but to get someone that will fill an immediate need that can play immediately, I think that is very crucial for the Saints because when they do get pressure, they get it from the interior because their two tackles, Ron Armstead and Ryan Ramczyk, are two of the best in the league. Eric McCoy was a rookie. He played really solid at center, but those two guard spots were the biggest questions for the Saints. So for them to get Ruiz, I love this pick. Ruiz has been my guy since day one, and I'm happy that the Saints were able to get him.
Yeah, I like that pick for the Saints. I mean, we've got the Vikings in the clock now, and I think they have to take a corner here. They've just really struggled there. Ben's not in our chat right now, but guys, Fulton is still available.
Yeah, he is. And, you know, I think it creates an interesting predicament here. If a team really, really likes Fulton, I mean, if they like him as much as I did in top 20 talent, you could be seeing a team, you know, like I'm not saying necessarily the Rams, but, you know, maybe a team that doesn't have a first round pick kind of shoot up into this first round and go out and get your guy. The thing that's interesting again with having a a smaller draft process is that you probably won't have a lot of guys, a lot of teams that are totally in love with players, right? Because there hasn't been a lot of contact. So because of that, I don't think that you'll see necessarily a ton of that where you're like, this guy just was in love with Fulton, and then that's why they went out and got Fulton. But to me, Fulton is the best on the board after Queen. So it's Fulton and Queen for me. I mean, I don't think the Vikings have to go linebacker. I think they're pretty well, addressed there. But I think Fulton definitely, would be a great pick here, for the Vikings.
I'm back.
Sounds like me after the Raker pick.
Oh boy!
Just the background of Ben's Ben's living room
okay.
sounded...
Well, we're trading, so
oh.
Okay, bye guys.
No,
Bye.
no,
I'm out of here.
No.
Sorry.
He bails again.
No.
Sorry,
Oh,
guys.
no.
I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry, Jake and Alexis. And
You
Blaine.
gotta be kidding me. I
Well,
thought we were done with them until like 31.
This can be Fulton too.
Please tell me they traded up and they did if they have a 25th overall pick and a 31, I'm gonna be freaking mad. Okay, it's a trade.
Don't they also have an early second too?
Yeah.
Oh my
Gotta be.
god.
This is Mims.
Oh boy.
Oh, you're right. They didn't take a receiver, so they could take Mims. They could take Fulton.
Nightmare.
Mims is still. I know. I don't want him to take a receiver. I feel like maybe it is Mims.
They're taking a wide receiver. Adam Schefter just said it. It's Mims. Oh my god. Mims and Kinlaw. I can't believe I was celebrating the Kinlaw pick.
They definitely rectify that real quick. If
Oh
it
my
is
god.
Mims.
They just had to do it to us, didn't they? Because I mean, receiver wise, there's no. Who is there right now? For the only other guy that I think is worthy of a first round pick is Mims.
I mean, on my board, right now that's remaining would be Mims, wide receiver 6, Peoples Jones, wide receiver 7, Michael Pittman, Van Jefferson, Brian Edwards, and T. Higgins. I know teams are way higher on T. Higgins than I am.
So for me, it would be T. Higgins, who was higher. Laviska Shenault, although I don't think he's going to go this high. Ayuk, Pittman, Mims. I was a little lower on Mims. Admittedly, I probably should have adjusted my board before hitting submit because he grew on me as we got closer to the draft, and I soured a bit on like Shenault and Higgins.
They took Brandon, and I never pronounce it right.
Ayuk?
Ayuk.
Oh.
Oh, you were behind on that. I was like, why are you still talking about Mims, bro?
Right. Yeah, no, I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry.
I don't think he's a first rounder, but
77th overall player on my board. This is such a huge reach for me, and I think this is huge for the NFC West because I think that they could have absolutely created a monster mismatch with Mims, and they failed to do so. So I like this pick, being a Rams fan. I'm sorry for the 49ers fans that are watching this and hoping to be like this unbiased coverage because I just can't help it. It's like,
well, I still think their offense is better now with him.
I think this is a sleeper good pick, though. I think this is a sleeper good pick for what the 49ers do. Granted, I know Mims is probably a more complete, more versatile receiver, but I think for what the 49ers do, how they like to, all types of craziness with Kyle Shanahan, I think that they will maximize his talents, and he could really be a problem. I know he's had some injury issues, all types of things, but Senior Bowl director Jim Nagy was saying back
in January that he would be a first rounder, and that
I was just about to bring that up.
And that he is really viewed highly by teams. So I think this is a steal for the 49ers. I think a lot of people are gonna, they kind of gravitate towards the bigger names like Denzel Mims, Laviska Shenault, some of those other guys. But I think Brandon Ayuk might be the sleeper of this draft in the first round to a team that is already, coming off a Super Bowl appearance, and now they get a guy that can do a little bit of everything. So it should be interesting to see how Kyle Shanahan uses him in his offense. But I think this is a good pick for the 49ers.
Well, we got Seattle at 27 who could easily take Mims. So
they could also take like Brian Lewerke. Like they cannot draft in the first round to save their souls. So
the most Seattle pick right now would be Eno Benjamin.
Yeah.
Who was it that we brought up on the podcast, Devin, with Valdivinos? Was it Anthony McFarland Jr. at 27?
Yeah, it was McFarland.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, man, there's still so many. There's such good talent available. I mean, Fulton is still there. Patrick Queen's still there. Just going off my board here, I mean, Eason would be my third. Jonathan Taylor, Antoine Winfield Jr., DeAndre Swift, Grant Delpit, Kyle Duggar, Lloyd Cushenberry, Trayvon Diggs. I mean, there's a lot of talent remaining. But there's only 6 picks left. And here's the thing I want to bring up. It's very important. And it's why the Ravens traded up to get that 32nd overall pick so they could select Lamar Jackson a few years ago. 5th round option. So you might see a team that, may like a Jordan Love or somebody like that, and they want that 5th-year option, and they trade back into the draft. If I'm Miami, like, why do I even pick here? I mean, like, I would trade down.
I think going to take Swift.
I think they're going to Josh Jones here. That would be my guess.
Josh Jones would be a good pick for them, I think.
They have a lot of needs.
I know they went tackle already, but they legitimately need 2 tackles. So
no, I agree with that 100%.
Like the only problem, what would be not a bad pick here? Either McKinney. I think McKinney would be a good pick. I think he makes sense as well. Here at 26, but who knows? Who knows? We've heard this. If you want a real surprise one, this could be Jeremy Chin.
I mean, his testing numbers were through the roof. He's one of the guys I really like in this class. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they'll go that route, but I think if you want a surprise pick, like, when what's his face, Bruce Irvin got picked, and everyone's like, why did Bruce Irvin go so early? I could see that.
Yeah, they could go anywhere here. They could go running back. I mean, I agree with Alexis. I think Swift or Taylor is possible here.
Yeah. Well, I think to me, you get a running back. They have Howard already. They not drafted. They acquired Jordan Howard. They have Kalen Ballage, Patrick Laird. But those are, some guys that, I really like Kalen Ballage. But I don't know if everyone else really likes him. And Jordan Howard, he suffered, the injury bug and everything. So I wouldn't be surprised if they went running back here. Number one, I mean, I would be really shocked if they didn't go, with Taylor or Swift. To me, I think Taylor's the number 1 running back in this draft, but Swift is a close second.
I would, if I were them and I wanted a running back with Tua, I think Clyde Edwards-Helaire would be a great fit. But
oh my God, that shiftiness. Just like getting him out in space, and oh man, that would be fun. I mean,
you can tell I'm thrown off. I legit thought it was Seattle picking right now. Like, ever since K21, I've been kind of out of it.
I'm worried Seattle's going to get like a really good player in Patrick Queen.
No, it's round 1. They can't do it. They legitimately can't do it.
I don't
reach on the edge. They're going to take
I don't see Queen being. Queen could be like the surprise guy that falls out of round 1.
I mean, yeah, I have him at 7th overall for me, but I mean, I could definitely see what you're saying. If teams don't need linebackers, he's probably not going to get picked.
Wait, you have him as his 7th overall prospect?
Mhm.
Damn. Okay.
I'm really high on Queen. I think
Yeah,
Queen
I mean,
is
I
phenomenal.
have a first round grade on him too. I love Queen, but that's like, you think he's better than Devin White was? Because I do.
Well, my top linebacker last year was Blake Cashman. I was super, super, super high on Blake Cashman.
I'm with Bush.
Yeah, and then I had Blake Cashman, Devin White, and then Bush. I felt like those three were on their own island, and then everyone else kind of fell after that.
Yeah, I wanted that.
Yeah, and of course Cashman fell to the 5th round, which was bizarre for me. But yeah, so they're showing here on ESPN Xavier. Well, they were showing it. Xavier McKinney. They had Jordan Love. And I couldn't read all of that quickly. Gotta love when they show you those graphics and then just get rid of them that quickly.
Yeah, the Packers just traded up.
Oh, this is Mims. This is Mims. Is Rodgers finally going to get his guy? The guy that can go up and pluck the ball.
Guys,
it's got to be Mims.
This could be Jordan Love.
I don't think it's
Jordan Love to the Packers.
Love.
Rodgers is 35.
It would continue the lineage.
Low key 35.
It would continue.
Green Bay traded up.
He sits for 3 or 4 years and becomes the next Rodgers and Favre, and they just keep it going.
Did they trade with the Dolphins?
Yep.
Seattle.
No, it's Seattle.
This could also be Queen.
Who did the Dolphins take?
No one. They traded back.
Hasn't been announced yet.
Oh.
Yeah, they traded back with the Packers. Miami did. This could be. This could be.
Oh, wait a minute. Jordan Love was on the phone.
Oh.
I don't know.
No, don't do it.
Who's ready to see Aaron Rodgers?
Oh, Green Bay
tomorrow
fans are about to be
Aaron Rodgers
absolutely pissed off.
Rodgers is about to go off, guys. I mean, Favre wasn't happy when Rodgers was picked, so this is crazy. If it's Love,
I think it might be Mims.
It should be Mims or Queen. If you traded up to get Jordan Love, I don't know what to say.
No one knows.
Wow.
Whoa, this is the first shocker of the draft.
Shocker.
The Patriots let Tom Brady go in free agency, and they traded down twice before picking a quarterback. And the Packers, they picked the quarterback? What?
I like this, actually. And I like Love, but I don't like this fit.
Oh.
You know who's mad right now are Bears fans.
So, all right. I know everyone and their mother connected the Patriots with with a first round quarterback. I wasn't buying it the whole time. It's a matter of ego.
It doesn't sound like a Bill Belichickian type of thing to do.
Yeah, he's going to want to prove that he can win without Brady.
My God, I cannot believe they did that.
That fit for some reason. I don't like that. You've got Aaron Rodgers is still a top quarterback. It's not like Aaron Rodgers is in his last year of his career or his last 2 years even. So it doesn't make sense to me. I don't know.
Okay, Rodgers is going to turn 37 during the next season.
I guess you got to be ready for that plan post.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers, and the Packers have a precedent. They done it with Brett Favre. You might as well do it with Aaron Rodgers too.
But in the first round, I think is a little early, especially like
to
this
trade up.
Compete, like if Rodgers is arguably one of the top 10 quarterbacks of all time. Like,
yeah,
you need to get him in the first round. You need to get him a wide receiver or something to help him win right now, and address that quarterback in the third round to groom.
Colts fans have to be pissed now. They wanted. Go ahead.
I just want to say, from Jordan Love's perspective, this is the best landing spot he might have
Yes.
gone to. He's going to be able to sit for up to 4 years. I mean, legitimately, he might be playing his first year as a starter on his 5th-year option. He's going to be able to sit there for 3 or 4 years behind Aaron Rodgers, and we know this guy's ceiling. Listen, if he pans out, it doesn't matter if Rodgers doesn't like it. This is going to be a great pick for them if he pans out because he's got a great ceiling. I mean, legitimately, when Jordan Love is on, Jordan Love is better than a lot of people. A lot of people like to think. I mean, this guy, I don't like the Mahomes comp, but he's got some qualities in there. So if he does pan out, we look at it right now and we say, what the heck are the Packers doing? But if he becomes a franchise quarterback, I don't think they'll regret it.
Imagine the
Colts fans are
Packers
pissed right now.
Imagine the Packers trading Aaron Rodgers next offseason.
They have a potential out in his contract after next year.
I don't see Jordan Love sitting more than 2 years waiting behind Aaron Rodgers.
No.
I don't either. I don't think, to me, what it signals is the Packers think, for whatever reason, Aaron Rodgers won't still be playing in a couple years. I don't think that you're taking Jordan Love at 26 to sit for 4 years, but I could be wrong.
I don't think this is going to be a situation where he's sitting forever waiting behind Aaron Rodgers. Clearly, Rodgers has had some injury issues over the last couple of seasons, and despite the Packers, did they make it? Did they make it to the NFC Championship game? Correct? Did they make it? I think they
Yeah,
did.
they did. They got mercy killed in it.
Yeah, despite making it to the NFC Championship game, I guess they were. I mean, granted, this draft has a lot of talent, so they can still go out and get talent. But I think they traded a 4th round or something like that. I have to look
they
at the
traded a
details.
4, yeah.
I
they'll
don't
have
get why
to-
you trade up to get him though. I
don't
Who was
think
going to take him?
The
I don't
Colts
know.
could have traded him.
The Colts could trade it back into the 1st round.
Yeah.
I think
I don't know. I think you're not far off from a contender. Like I look at the Packers right up there with the best of the best, and I don't really know what they're doing. I to me, you go out, you get Mims, you place him on the outside with Devontae Adams, you have Funchess, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, then maybe grab a James Prochet later on. That would have made sense to me. To do this, I don't see how this team gets any better. Like you spent you spent draft capital to trade up a few spots, get your quarterback of the future, but you still have Aaron Rodgers. We just saw Tampa Bay just signed Tom Brady, who's 43. So I don't know. I can't, in the same draft as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers having a Tom Brady and going out and getting him protection, we see Aaron Rodgers, who is 6 years younger than Tom Brady, and his team's going out and finding his replacement. It's mind-boggling to me.
I saw this funny tweet where it was like they drafted, and not funny, but they drafted Aaron Rodgers' replacement instead of drafting him help. I mean, they really, if you think about it, all the Packers needed was they were maybe a receiver away.
Yeah. And I like Oren Burks and the 2018 draft went in the 3rd round pick, went in the 3rd round, but Oren Burks, I don't think is there yet as a starter. I don't know if he will be there, and he definitely won't be as good as Queen is right now. So I don't know how you pass on Queen. I don't know how you pass on Mims and go out a quarterback here. I can only imagine Green Bay fans are absolutely furious.
I think Seattle's taking Mims right here. That's what I think.
Okay. So there are 2 ways that Seattle can go about this. The one where most of us would go, which is like Mims, or I've just seen it with someone else. Our guy, Ben Glassmeyer, was saying Mims or McKinney. But it's Seattle. Like they can't draft in round 1.
Guys, they're going to go Taylor. Watch. Jonathan Taylor.
I've mocked them Taylor, so I don't mind it if it is, but
I don't want Taylor. I don't want Taylor or Mims in my division. But
I didn't want CeeDee Lamb in mine or Chase Young.
Well, to be fair, us Rams fans last year, DK Metcalf going to Seattle. It was the 49ers, a few years ago getting George Kittle. The Cardinals got Hakeem Butler, and I know everyone's forgotten about him by now, but he's still very. I love Butler. I will stand by that. He broke his hand and they shut him down. But
well, the NFC West, every other team, but in my opinion, I've said drafted better than us last year.
Yeah.
And
Cardinals got Byron Murphy too in the second round.
Yeah. So far, I mean, I don't like who the Cardinals picked. I mean, I like Simmons. I don't like that fit for Simmons. But
they got an elite talent. Go figure. Falls right into the lap.
Listen, Seattle. This could be Chin. This could be Jeremy Chin. He feels like a Seattle athlete in safety. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. I think they go, I don't know. I kind of have myself leaning Zach Bond here. Kind of, I like the fit. Jadeveon Clowney, it's so uncertain what they're going to do with that whole thing. Odds are he probably does come back and maybe they don't take Zach Bond, but I don't know. I seem to like that fit for him as much as I like it for Seattle. The problem is he had the diluted, the drug test. So I don't know if he is going to go in the first round because of that. But then again, Mekhi Becton, didn't he fail his drug test and he went early on? So I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, we've got Seattle, Baltimore, Tennessee as the next 3 picks. You've got Colton still on the board. Denzel Mims still on the board. Penza's still on the board.
I have a feeling they're going to go Seahawky with this and they're just going to overthink it.
Wait, what? Oh boy!
Whoa!
So here's the thing.
What?
I told you.
I like Jordan Brooks, but I think this is a little early for him. But I do like him.
This is Rashad Penny and LJ Collier all over again. Jordan Brooks is bad at football. He's not in my top 100. This guy, my gosh.
This is LB5. Malik Harrison would have been a better pick. Patrick Queen definitely would have been a better pick.
This is
Jordan Brooks is a top 100 player for me. He was 93rd. I like him. I like him, but I don't get this at all. This is a total reach.
Where was he on my board?
I mean, I don't. Patrick Queen is there. Like, he fits
was
what you do.
82nd on mine.
Horrible pick. And the run on the Seahawks continue with their questionable.
I
guess you Raiders and Seahawks for making me feel better.
I guess this is fine being a Rams fan, but it pisses me off as an NFL fan with all these reaches. I mean, we just saw 2 picks that literally make no sense to me. We just saw a team that is in the Super Bowl conversation every year pick another quarterback when they have maybe one of the greatest ever in Aaron Rodgers. And then we just saw the Seahawks pick my linebacker 9, I think, on my board. Yep, linebacker 9. I like him. I like watching him play. Okay, and I respect him. I don't want to knock the kid because the kid, Jordan Brooks, didn't put himself in the first round. He didn't pick himself. Okay, Seattle picked him. So I don't want to, this is a big day for him. I don't want to trash, a 21-year-old kid, especially because I'm only 24. But my point is that they totally reached, like Nick said. I mean, you're looking at really LJ Collier all over again, who I also liked, but I didn't like that much. So I think Seattle once again grabbed somebody that I like, but I don't like as much as they like him. The Rashad Penny pick, I think, was the worst pick I've seen in the last 10 years. I think it was literally the worst. Rashad Penny was the most undraftable running back to me.
Aguayo was worse.
He couldn't run through an arm tackle, so I didn't understand that pick at all.
Terrell
this
Edmonds,
one I don't
remember
mind.
that one?
I mean, it's not it's a total reach, but it's not like I don't despise the player. I mean, I like Brooks, so I don't want to trash him. You know what I mean? It's hard, but like this is such a bad pick as far as value and as far as the the board goes.
Here's what's interesting is you have Baltimore on the clock. I actually had them taking Patrick Queen, but you've got Mims on the board still.
I don't think the Ravens take a receiver.
No, not this early.
I wouldn't mind them taking Mims. I mean, it seemed like last year the missing piece that they needed, I think, was that big wide receiver on the outside. They have a lot of these fast, smaller guys like Brown. So I think having that bigger guy that could complement him well and give Jackson a threat that can just go up and get the ball downfield.
Yeah, I could. Here's an interesting thing because you have pretty much all the running backs are there, as well as some top-notch talent receiver, with Mims. But I mean, I can definitely see them just going best available here, which would be Queen, in my opinion. But I don't know. I mean, that's kind of like where I stand right now. I'm kind of surprised at some of the guys that are still on the board. We see this every year. So I shouldn't say I'm surprised, because you're going to have guys that fall. And we all have our evaluations and we all do our own homework, but it's not going to be the same as NFL teams. It's just not. But I am surprised that Queen fell to 28 and maybe could fall further. I will say this. If I'm the Rams, I do consider a trade up if Queen falls in the second round tomorrow.
Wow, I just don't have words. Guys, like, just to put you in perspective, Jordan Brooks is my 142nd ranked player.
Oh, Jesus!
Like, that's how bad it is. Like,
that is awful.
You know what's not surprising to me is that a running back hasn't gone yet, because I could easily see them a running back not.
Didn't Swift go?
Did he go? Did I miss that?
I think he went to the Dolphins. No.
No, the Dolphins traded.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you're right.
You know what's bizarre, guys, is I saw that in our chat, like the one that, like, we're not trying to spoil anything for the viewers. And then I got texts from two different people that said the Dolphins took Swift. Yuck. And I'm like, wait, first off, how did you send the same text? You're two different people. Second, are we living in an alternate reality? Like, I totally didn't think he went either, but then I get those two texts and now I'm like so confused. So Swift didn't go.
I saw highlights of him on another stream I'm watching. All right. I think the Ravens...
He's still on the board, right?
He is.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Ravens are going to make history. I think the Ravens are, for the first time in their franchise history, going LSU.
You have to.
Patrick Queen. They have never taken an LSU player.
To me, he's the best player available. I mean, I don't want to say it's not close, but I mean, I think Queen is the 7th best player in this draft. So you're looking at the Ravens, who weren't far off from making the Super Bowl last year. They should only get better. They're a very good team. To me, you get somebody that I believe is a top 10 talent in this draft by being one of the best teams in the league and picking at the end of the first and watching the other teams, let him slip. This is a total win. This is an A+ pick if they do go with Patrick Queen, who it should be.
I know we don't want to talk about Seattle, but Ben Solak tweeted out it's the first player outside of the TDN top 100 that got drafted.
Oh,
yeah,
I thought Patrick Quinn would be available at 28, but I did not expect it to be like this. I didn't expect Jordan Brooks to get picked before him. I knew Kenneth Murray was a possibility, but oh man,
I thought Murray was a huge reach for me, but I mean, and I feel bad again, like Brooks' mom,
Murray, so like, but
Brooks's mom commented on my profile I did on Jordan Brooks, and so I basically said, like, he's had 4 years to work on coverage, and I don't think he's gotten any better at it. Whereas I feel like Malik Harrison has actually not really had the opportunity to work in coverage and is going to get better. He has the skills. He has the chance to get better. Whereas we've already seen 4 years of Jordan Brooks in coverage and it just doesn't cut it. She actually responded and said, we read your profile and we appreciate that you did a profile on Jordan. Jordan and I went through it and we understand the things he needs to work on. Like, honestly, it made me feel like I felt bad, but I felt good because the way they handled that. So I think like Yeah, it's honestly kind of cool, you know. And I hope Jordan Brooks it does really well. As long as it's not, you know, against the Rams, it doesn't hurt the Rams. But it's just kind of funny though, you know.
I mean,
the fact-
you pair him with Bobby Wagner. Still
there it
solid,
is,
right?
A+ pick, the pick of the night.
Ravens take Queen.
I'd say it's better than the Dallas. I'll say it right now. That is a better pick than the Dallas Cowboys.
How is he the
that is
fourth
pick of the night.
linebacker?
Patrick
He's the fourth
Queen
one off
should
the
wear 44 to represent the being the fourth linebacker. Since you can't wear 4 as a linebacker, he should wear 44 because of that. You should go all Nerlens Noel on everybody and be like, I remember I was the 4th linebacker that was picked.
Like, okay, I could see Simmons.
He's gonna be hungry.
I mean, I had Murray rated literally like 2 spots ahead of Patrick Queen, just out of personal preference. Then Queen, then Malik Harrison, then Jordan. I still cannot get over Jordan Brooks being drafted in round 1. Seattle does this every year. And okay, I actually mocked Seattle Gross Matos because LJ Collier was a bad pick. So here was a mulligan. And next year I'm going to have to mulligan them again. But I will not have to mulligan this pick for Baltimore. This was amazing. They didn't even have to trade up for. What mind control does Eric DeCosta have on the NFL? Lamar Jackson, Mark Andrews, Orlando Brown Jr., Patrick Queen just fall into his lap. He might be the greatest GM of all time by the end. By the time he's done.
What is with drafting my 7th overall player? They picked Lamar Jackson, who was 7th overall on my board.
All I'll say.
Well, who's gonna be number 7 next year? I want the Saints to pick him.
All I'll say, the AFC North's going to be a lot of fun next year.
Oh yeah,
Joe Burrow in the division now. The Browns are strengthening. Big Ben's back. The Ravens.
There's no way Steelers fans can be enjoying this draft right now.
No, we can't. But there's legitimately all the teams in the AFC North are getting better. That's the thing. And I mean,
what's that like?
That's
And
how I
the
feel about the NFC West.
I mean, if you count the Steelers, if you count Minka as the Steelers pick, and you go Burrow, Jedrick Wills, Minka, and Patrick Queen, I mean, does any division have a better quartet of picks than that?
Nope.
Like, legitimately.
Not a chance.
Not a chance.
I mean, the Saints would have, the NFC South would have if the Falcons didn't pick AJ Terrell. He might have had a shot because they had Derek Brown, Cesar Ruiz, and Tristan Wirfs, but then the Falcons were with AJ Terrell. So.
Who's on the board now? Because I'm looking at my mock draft, but I had way too many trades at the end of round 1.
You still got the safeties. No safeties have been taken.
McKinney.
You got Yetur Gross Matos.
No, like what team is picking?
Oh, Tennessee.
Oh,
yeah, because my mock draft had Detroit trading up for Cesar Ruiz, but that's not happening.
See, I'm kind of terrified now, you know, being a Rams fan, being a fan of Akeem Davis-Gaither. I feel like now he's going to be next off the board.
I'm trying to figure. I can't remember who I had Tennessee taking.
I don't have him going here. I'm just saying he's going to be the next linebacker off the board.
I think that Tennessee's going to take Josh Jones.
Makes a lot of sense. I think
They
he's better
did just
than...
lose Conklin. So.
Yeah, because Cleveland, who doesn't develop anybody, they just sign all of the tackles that everyone develops. But no, Dennis Kelly is the right tackle right now, so they can upgrade. I think, you know, you put Josh Jones in there, makes a lot of sense. I don't think they need to go corner. There was this crazy obsession with Gladney. A lot of the fan base loved Gladney.
1 second.
I mean, I like Gladney, I like Fulton, but I don't see that being a huge issue at cornerback. I don't know about you guys, but I think Josh Jones is probably the right move here, or a trade down, which I don't think would be a bad idea either.
I'm seeing on social media that Green Bay fans are not happy.
I would be furious if I was a Packers fan. I was furious being a football fan.
Yeah.
My day is ruined. I have Queen, Wills, and Burrow in the division now. Now they have to let Denzel Mims fall.
It's only fair, right?
Yeah, now we have to get Denzel Mims at 49. Okay, y'all don't want to deal with Juju, Mims, Deontay, and James Washington.
I think so. Miami still has a first, so they have a pick after the Titans.
Oh, this is funny. So Thomas Gonzalez on Facebook, who's following along with us, he says, was waiting for Mike to say what? He was my 200th ranked player when they picked Queen. Oh boy, that's funny.
What? Wait, what?
Mike, back.
I don't mean to
Sorry about that, folks.
Oh no, they
Isaiah Wilson. Is that who's coming off the board here?
Okay, well, I thought. Okay, so I mean, I don't know who it is, but I mean, if it's what's his face, Ezra Cleveland, that's gonna be
There's so many more offensive. Josh Jones, Isaiah Wilson,
Hakeem Adeniji, Matt Parrott.
Well,
Don't
well,
forget
the
about my boy
Ben
Matt Parrott.
Birch. Like,
Ben
why
Barch.
not?
Well,
Get
not in the
crazy.
first
Go
round.
Ben Birch. You know what? I'd rather have Ben Barch in round one than Ezra Cleveland in round one. So
They go Sadiq Charles.
They picked Sadiq Charles.
no.
No, they didn't pick Sadiq Charles.
Oh, thank God. I got worried for a second.
Isaiah
But- but-
Wilson.
Yeah, it's Isaiah Wilson.
What?
I don't hate that, but
I don't hate it, but I don't like it. I would have.
whatever.
Josh Jones and Matt Pert are rated higher for me. So
I have him at OT 14. I'm not really.
OT
I didn't-
8. So
I didn't see it.
I mean, I have Isaiah Wilson ranked higher than Josh Jones.
I have
But-
him as the 132 best player in the draft. So this would be the biggest reach so far for me.
Well, it certainly won't out to Jordan Brooks on my board. So Wilson's interesting. He's powerful as heck. He can just throw guys into the ground, but he doesn't move particularly well, I don't think.
No,
Kind
he
of
does not.
heavy-footed. He's heavy-footed. I don't know. This feels just like a very lateral move if you're Tennessee. Because listen, I don't think Jack Conklin was like great either. He was okay, but he wasn't great. And I feel like that's just what you're going to get in Isaiah Wilson. He's okay, but he's not great.
I mean, the poor technique is pretty obvious to me. Just really poor technique. He's just seems like another one of those guys that's extremely powerful, but he's very inconsistent. Doesn't have good technique, and doesn't use his hands well. I mean, you can develop that, but there were better picks. There were better players there. I think Josh Jones. I'm surprised he's still available.
I don't even know if Jones can play right tackle, but like the thing is, like Lucas Niang is right there. I would have picked Niang, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
So looking at my board, the next guys I would have had Josh Jones, Hakeem Adeniji, Prince Tega Wanogo, Ben Barch, Lucas Niang, Sadiq Charles, Matt Parrott, Austin Jackson off the board, Justin Heron, and then I go to Isaiah Wilson, who's right ahead of Tremaine Ingram for me.
Well, I would like Miami to take Swift here.
At third, well, now you're starting to get into that, that realm of possibility here, at 30 overall.
Swift together.
I'll say this: throughout the entire process, they've been linked to J.K. Dobbins. That could be a sleeper pick here. J.K. Dobbins in the first round, I think, has not been one talked about enough. But
RB1 J.K. Dobbins.
It sure sounded like it was going to be Hilaire and Swift that went on the first night. That's what what's his face reported.
Jen Jeremiah, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, could it be Hilaire or could it be? I feel like teams are just going to sleep on Jonathan Taylor. I think they see a higher ceiling in other guys, but I mean, I think teams are sleeping on Jonathan Taylor.
Tell you one team that isn't sleeping on Jonathan Taylor.
Who's that?
The Buccaneers.
I think
They'll take him. But like, I don't know. McKinney makes sense here. There's a few.
Also, Georgia getting 2 offensive tackles in the first round.
Yeah.
Draft Salt Kinley, you cowards.
What if the Dolphins go get another offensive tackle?
Jones?
Yeah.
Makes sense to me.
Jones is a perfect fit here because Jones, I mean, he's the best on the he's the best left on the board. I mean, you could argue people would say Niang. I mean, I'd say Adeniji after Jones. But I think what Jones is able to do is separating himself the way he did at the Senior Bowl. It really stuck out to me. Like, I think that's when he really came out of the scene. I was like, okay, this is a first round talent.
Sorry. So, Jake, where did you have Isaiah Wilson again? Like big board and positional, because I might have one that Andrew
tops me.
Yep.
Okay. So I had a 4th round grade on him. I had him, let's see here, 14th tackle overall.
Yep, this one beats it.
And he was, let's see here, 132nd overall.
Yeah, Andrew had him 152nd in OT 16.
Can I just say something for a second? Did you realize that one of the guys behind Mike Vrabel was dressed as Frozone?
Wait, what?
Yeah, there's
What?
the guy behind.
I'm
the
not
guy
watching,
behind
so
Vrabel was Frozone. I can't
That
stop
is
laughing.
nuts.
Crazy.
Look at the sons were like one was Frozone and one was I couldn't tell what he was. He was in a different costume though.
yeah.
What is
Oh my
with the
God!
costumes?
I'm sharing this in our Twitter group now. Where is it? There it is. There you go. It's all blessing your inboxes now.
That's funny.
I mean, I am made of questions.
All right. Mike Tanier, he's a friend of mine. He's been awesome anytime I have been to the Senior Bowl. His tweet. Okay, let me just read this to you guys. Imagine being in quarantine with Aaron Rodgers right now. Luckily, the most likely person to be in that predicament can drive really, really fast. Oh man, Mike never
Dude, he's been
changed.
killing it today. He summed up my feelings by saying the Eagles just drafted their Josh Doctson.
Oh good lord. Mike is just like, I don't know if you guys have ever hung out with Mike before. Like he hangs out at the bars after the Senior Bowl
Mike's
practices.
amazing.
He is the man. Like oh my god.
He
He's so
and I
funny.
legitimately in Mobile had a 10-minute conversation about his beard. He's got a killer beard.
Oh my god, guys. That's funny. For those of you that
As a
didn't
guy
understand
without
the
a
joke,
chin who needs a beard.
it's because she's because Danica Patrick. That's why. Because she was a driver.
I still feel bad for Rodgers. I don't know.
I'm a Rodgers fan, so
I don't know if that's the right term, but like I don't like that move.
I'm trying to. So Miami still hasn't made the pick. It's not looking like.
Their pick is in.
I'm still surprised that like this draft is not like we're making decent progress on it. It's almost midnight. I thought it would be like 4.5 hours.
I think it's gonna be McKinney or Swift right here because I forgot McKinney was still on the board.
Oh. Okay, I found out who it is.
I mean, I think it's Josh Jones, but I mean, I guess we'll see.
I thought it might be Josh Jones. I mean, you need both tackle positions filled, but I don't know, man.
Frozone.
So
Just saw it.
our guy Ben Glassmeyer is a Seahawks fan and is just in absolute shambles right now. But one of the guys from Coast to Coast said it's, I had to deal with my Giants doing this 3 times in the first round. So, and I see, Jake, you just saw what I texted you.
Yeah.
Yes. Wow. Wow. Okay.
Good by. Has it been announced?
Not
I'm trying
yet.
to see if I can pick it up. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to listen into your guys's because I mean, I can't tell if it's been announced or not.
So it hasn't been announced yet on the television, so we're going to keep it without talking about it.
Yep.
I don't even know what it is, to be fair. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm not really sure. But Minnesota trades up the 31st pick. Or no, they trade back. My bad. They trade back.
So they're trading back to to the 33rd?
No, they traded back with who came up with 25? The 49ers.
Yeah. And then did you say they trade back again, or?
No, they're still 31.
Okay.
I just rushed it. For them. Oh wow. Okay. Wow. Has it come up on?
Okay, Noah Igbenogany. I'm not even going to pronounce that name.
Igbenogany.
I've got it. Noah Igbenogany.
Is that how it's said?
Yep, I think so.
Igbenogany.
I had heard it was Igbenogany. Noah. We're just going to call him Noah.
It's Igbenogany.
Well, I was gonna attempt to spell his name out, but I didn't want to butcher it so horribly.
Well, thank you for throwing me under the bus.
None of us knew. I remember texting Jordan Reed and going how do you say that? And he never got back to me, so I just had to guess the entire season. I'm not going to lie. Jordan Reed just left me hanging, so I'm just Noah, the corner out of Auburn.
Well, my favorite is when Alexis and I will get interviews with these players that we don't know how to say their name. We're yeah, we like your film, but we don't know how to say your name. So before the interview, we're going to try and listen to as many sound bites as we can, trying to, okay, an announcer finally announced the left guard's name. Oh my God, thank God. You know,
I don't understand this pick because why did Miami need a corner?
Oh yeah, the pick. That's right, not the name.
Yeah.
The pick.
Cordrea Tankersley is gone, I guess, but
I don't really get it, honestly.
They have Byron Jones, Xavier Howard. Nick Needham was good at the end of last year.
He was really good at the end of last year. Nick Needham came in and he held it down.
Is he gonna be a slot?
I'm disappointed.
That's what they're saying. They're projecting him to be a slot corner with Xavier Howard and Byron Jones.
Well, who trades up and gets a slot corner at 30?
Yeah. I don't understand the pick at 30 though.
Oh no, they traded back.
I feel like Miami bombed their last 2 picks. They took Austin Jackson and this guy, and I really wanted Miami had 3 first-round picks. You had 3, and you blew the last 2, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I feel listen, I like Noah Igbenogany.
Yeah, he's really good. I just don't get the fit there.
He's dirt raw, first off. And here's my thing. I don't take a corner in the first round if they don't have any ball skills, and Igbenogany does not have ball skills. That's kind of the one.
I had a second on him.
I have a second on him too. I would have comfortably taken him in round 2, but I think at least it's at 30, and they traded back and got more draft capital before they got him. But I don't know. It feels like a little bit of a reach to me.
The Dolphins draft doesn't make sense because they've traded back, but they've traded back a lot, and they already had a lot of picks, so they're just accumulating more picks, and they're not getting anything with these damn picks.
I agree.
Xavier
14.
McKinney is right there.
They had
Minnesota
14 picks to start.
This is how I felt with the Rams draft last year.
What is this?
Well, they have pick 39, so they could still get a safety at 39 if they don't go running back. And
But I don't see why not go the safety there, especially with their starting corners they already have.
All right,
I
you get
guess-
Mims at 31. Like,
They already took Jefferson.
Wait, we already took Jefferson. I don't think we take another wide receiver.
Jalen,
oh, yeah, you're right. They
Jalen
did
Johnson.
take Jefferson. I
think
I'm really
Gladney-
surprised by the fall on some corners here.
Fulton.
It's
Yeah.
hopefully Fulton.
Yeah. Well, okay.
oh
so-
yes, sir. Oh, that's a great pick by
Gladney. Okay, I'll take Gladney too.
Hey,
Like I said,
I nailed this one.
All right.
like I said,
I had this
he's a-
one happening at 25.
All right, Ben.
Yeah, you and me
you're the
both.
Vikings
Hi.
fan. Let's go.
I mean, like I said, I thought Fulton was the better corner overall.
I feel like
Oh, he had a
Gladney's
big bench.
the best corner.
That's an insane bench, actually. His ability to tackle, and I mean, so the crazy thing is, some people think that Zimmer wants, you're 6 feet, 6'1", big corners, but he's just so much about physical corners more so than big. He's 5'10" and a quarter, but I think he's gonna be great for the defense. He'll start at corner right away, probably. He has the physicality to win right away, and he's gonna start at corner. I mean, I think Fulton maybe has a little higher upside, but I think he's a better fit for our defense. And I don't know, Fulton's fallen for some reason, and maybe the teams know something that we don't.
Maybe because I definitely would. I don't unless the Chiefs could take him, but I think the Chiefs might go running back.
I
Oh,
haven't
sorry,
taken
I had
running back.
Gladney at 22 going
Yeah.
to the Vikings. So
I think everyone realized that Gladney is a great fit for us, and I think that's a great pick. I was fine with
he's
Fulton or
just a
Gladney.
badass. Like,
Yeah, he is. Exactly. He likes to hit
I hate
people.
your draft compared to mine. Like,
Wow, I think the Vikings absolutely killed it because not only did they moved around a little bit, they accumulated some picks, and they go out and they get Jefferson, who's 4th on my board, and
Yeah.
Gladney, who's 4th on my board as well for cornerbacks and wide receivers. So I think
I
they
re-
really nailed these 2 picks. I had Fulton as a higher grade, but like you said, Ben, I think they might find that Gladney fits what they're doing more than Fulton does.
Yeah.
So for that reason, I really like this pick. At the end of the first round, you get Gladney. Really didn't see Gladney as a 2nd round pick, so I'm glad that he goes
Yeah.
at later portion of the first. I think they've really done a nice job. I mean, they basically
love-
said, let's turn this Stephon Diggs, this trade into Gladney and Justin Jefferson. So we're going to replace Stephon Diggs with Justin Jefferson, and we're going to get Gladney. I like it. I really do. I think they got
Well,
better.
Yeah.
I'm-
And we added a 4th round draft pick, and that was huge. Adding that 4th round draft pick, I think, was
In this
for-
draft, yes.
Yeah, for not trading down that far in reality. I mean, that 4th round draft pick could help us rebuild our O-line. It could help us give some interior pressure. It can go a long ways in this draft. And, I really wish, though, I'd been in here for the Jordan Brooks trade because or the pick. I'm guessing you guys maybe went crazy, especially being Rams fans. You're like, I'm so happy. It's Jordan Brooks. Like, let's go. Let's go.
I'm very interested to see what Kansas City does here at 32.
I think this is a running back. I think this is a
Could be.
running back.
They
I-
could
I
go
think-
running back.
No,
They
no,
could.
Corner. It's corner. It's
But
corner. or safety.
I would go corner right now, and I would rush the
Fulton.
podium, and if there was a podium, and
You would smash that email button.
I would smash that email button, and I would pick Christian Fulton.
You could take a. Who do they
Yeah,
have?
Fulton pick.
Who are their safeties at the moment?
Okay, so as of right now, they have Thornhill and they have Honey Badger, but then they have Travarius Ward. They have Rashad Fenton, Bashad Breeland.
Yeah.
I think they need to.
Yeah,
upgrade
this is
the
a corner.
cornerback
Never
position.
mind.
Well, and Badger can play corner too, though. That's the thing. So maybe like a safeties on the block for him. Maybe.
Jonathan Taylor.
Well, I mean, you make a good point. I totally lost my train of thought. Yeah, you make a good point, Ben. I mean, when I look at that, this is really a 3 safety league. I know they drafted Armani Watts in 2018. That was a 4th rounder. He has kind of fallen out of favor. He's not really. I don't know if he's going to amount to anything.
Delpit could be a fun
so-
pick, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at the safeties that are there, literally everyone, and you kind of have your pick of the litter right now.
Yeah.
I think if you were to go out and get Antoine Winfield Jr., who's my number one safety on my board, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Somebody that can play. I think he could play slot corner. I think he could play safety. He's kind of that do-it-all type of guy. And you'd have two Tyrann Matthews, someone with a little bit, more size.
Tyrann
to
Matthew
him.
wants the safety. He just tweeted he wants the safety.
Oh wow,
That's the comparison I've heard. That's the
Give
comparison
me
I've used a
Antoine
lot.
Winfield at 32.
That would be fun. To me, the thing about Delpit is maybe if you're Kansas City, if you told me that Delpit was available at 32 at the beginning of this year, I'd tell you you're crazy. Delpit still has like that massive upside to me.
Oh,
and
yeah.
he's got that size. That's the only knock I've really got on Antoine is he is a smaller safety. And plenty of safeties get away with being smaller, but it does hurt some of them for sure. Especially when you need to cover really big tight ends nowadays.
Yeah,
All right, picks then.
I like his overall ball skills, his timing. I would definitely trust if they went with Winfield. Regardless, let's just all come to the agreement that the Chiefs are about to get better, and that's scary.
Yes,
I mean, they won the Super Bowl and they're about to get better.
Well, and the thing with Antoine is, mentioned the ball skills. He's clutch too. Look at all the game-winning picks he has.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
He has 2 against Fresno State alone, and both those picks were amazing.
yeah. No, I hear you, man. It'll definitely be interesting. I mean, I Fulton's my pick. Could they go running back? Absolutely. Initially, because I changed my pick to Fulton based on the board right now. Initially, I had them going Jonathan Taylor.
That was me too.
1 second.
Or did I have Swift? I had one of the running backs, and I honestly can't remember which at the moment.
I mean, they have a really good roster. It's just they still can upgrade their secondary.
The weird thing with running backs,
that's the thing.
Running backs are so devalued nowadays, but running backs in the first can help you because you get that 5th-year contract. You get that 5th year of not spending a ton in your running back, which can be big for sure.
Exactly. So.
All right.
And there was no way they were going to make their pick immediately because this is 32. This is when a team that, may like a player more than you do, they come in, they're like, I want that 5th-year option for this player. We were talking about that earlier.
If you really, really like Jacob Eason, 5th year for a quarterback is huge. If you're the Colts and you really, really like Eason, why not come up 2 picks, get the 5th-year contract?
Yeah. No, I agree. I think that's
And
how you
pick
have
is
to
then,
look at
though.
this pick.
I like how I didn't even notice he just chucks the jersey on the floor. Just kind of throws it there. All right, let's see who it is. Wow, it is
Wow.
running back, but it's
First running back off the board is Clyde Edwards-Helaire, somebody that I think is extremely shifty, can move very well in space, is going to give Andy Reid a serious weapon, more so Patrick Mahomes. Talk about somebody that's going to work
What a
with
fit.
the way Patrick Mahomes, he operates off schedule and kind of improvises. Edwards-Helaire could be dangerous in this offense. I would have gone Jonathan Taylor if I was going running back, but Helaire is very talented. He's a 5'8" bowling ball of knives, basically, but he's also pretty quick. Didn't run that well at the combine, so I didn't actually expect him to go in the first round, but I've said it before. I'm not a huge fan of the testing. I think it's a little overrated. So I wasn't too worried about that, but you just watch some of the plays he made, including that one. I think it was against Mississippi State where it looked like it might have been Willie Gay Jr. ripped his head off and he still just kept running. That is exactly the type of player you're getting with Edwards-Helaire. It's a good pick. I would have preferred, going after my top running back in Jonathan Taylor or maybe even DeAndre Swift. But Edwards-Helaire finished 4th on my board out of running backs. But I had a pretty good grade on him. I think he's really explosive.
My thoughts on Helaire would be the fact that he comes from that LSU offense has so many similarities to the Kansas City Chiefs offense, really. So he's familiar with that style of football. His receiving ability is there. He doesn't have the mileage that some of these guys. He has pretty low mileage because the fact that there were so many guys at LSU. And like you said, he's a bowling ball, low mileage, good receiver. I think he's a low risk because he doesn't have Jonathan Taylor's fumble-itis either.
I think he will do well with the Chiefs. I just think, when you don't have any running backs taken, Jonathan Taylor, J.K. Dobbins, and DeAndre Swift sitting there for you. I don't know why you would do that there, but they also don't really need. Maybe they have Patrick Mahomes, so it's not like they really need a superstar running back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
it's
agree.
just a perfect fit. It's not necessarily the talent is, and of course, Edwards-Helaire was some people's RB1. He was my RB4.
Yeah,
but he just fit that system so well. He's gonna take that kind of Brian Westbrook type role.
I mean, when you project running backs and just players in general, you always go for best fit. That's something we talked about earlier. You go for fit. You don't go necessarily for the better player or the person that is the best prospect. You pick for fit. And Edwards-Helaire, to me, the running back selection was between Swift or Edwards-Helaire for the Chiefs. Those are the two running backs that fit what they can do. And obviously they like Edwards-Helaire a little bit better. But I thought they were going to pick a running back at some point, and why not go ahead and get him at 32? But kind of now looking forward to day 2. I mean,
the top of the draft in day 2 is going to be fun.
Oh man!
I'm excited. I'm gonna be here a lot more tomorrow, so I'm excited.
Day 2 is going to be way more exciting. Let me just tell you that right now.
Well, the Bengals are on the clock, and they can get Josh Jones. There's a lot of players they could pick.
It can only get better for the Eagles from here.
Well,
that's a fair set. And for the
unless they draft Jake with the second round pick,
Thank you for your confidence in me.
No, I mean Jake Ellenbogen. I love you, Jake, but I kind of don't want you to have to be a starter on. Can you play wide receiver? Can you?
I could be like a Cole Beasley. I mean, you're not going to get any Jalen Reagor or anything out of me, but
I mean that might even be a plus in your direction. What, Philly? You ripped my heart out by picking the player I absolutely did not want. If you trade it back, maybe I still can't talk myself into it. You know what? Just trade up to 34 and get Antoine Winfield Jr. and then we're gonna have happy beer tomorrow.
I mean, wouldn't you rather them trade up to 34 and get a wide receiver so that you don't have a guy that always drops the ball?
I mean, yeah, that would be great. Enjoy Justin Jefferson.
All right.
Hopefully.
All right, guys. All right. So we're past midnight here. We're gonna wrap it up real quick though. I want everybody to give me kind of go around. Everyone give me one player, one team you thought did the best, and one team you thought did the worst in the first round. And we'll start we'll start with Devin.
Vikings, I think, won the draft so far. To get Justin Jefferson and then trade back and still get Jeff Gladney, I think that's two of the biggest wins in the draft with teams that have them. Obviously, right behind them is the Ravens getting Patrick Queen and not having to move at all. I think that was huge as well. Losers, I would say the Seahawks, because that pick was with Patrick Queen still on the board and a lot of other linebackers on the board, a lot of players. They could have went Yetur Gross-Matos or a running back if they wanted to. They went with Jordan Brooks. Not to say he's a bad player, but I think that was a massive reach, probably the biggest reach so far in the first round. So those are my two teams, I think, that stood out the most.
What would you say, Alexis?
Winners for me, I really liked the Chargers pick. I know that everyone kind of figured that they were going to take Herbert, but I also liked that they went and got Murray. I just think that's a good fit for them. I'll say as far as losers, I'm really bummed out about the Dolphins. They got the Tua pick good, but the Austin Jackson and then Noah, cornerback from Auburn, did not like those two picks. I think you had an opportunity. You had 3 first-round picks and you blew 2 of them. Maybe not position-wise so much, but prospect-wise, at least in my opinion. So I hope that they do better tomorrow. But yeah, I think the Chargers did a pretty good job.
All right, Blaine, what would you say?
I'm gonna say for winner, I'm gonna say the Ravens. This is a team that like they didn't overthink anything. They just they stood pat, and they watched talent fall to them. You had teams like the Raiders maybe reaching a little bit on Arnett. The Dolphins maybe reaching a little bit on Jackson. And here, and I mean the Seahawks, a pick before, reached on Jordan Brooks, and here are the Ravens just kind of sitting there, and they get Patrick Queen. So in last year, I mean, you look, they sit there and or they trade up a little bit, and they get Lamar Jackson. Like the fact that they're able to get this talent at the bottom of the first round is just I think it's incredible, because you do have teams in that area that just think stuff. And then for losers, I agree with Alexis on the Dolphins. This is a team that like their whole motto is tank for Tua, and they got Tua, but they also traded away talent to get picks. And with those other 2 picks, I don't feel like they got the best talent to replace those players that they ended up trading away, like a Mika Fitzpatrick, who's a game changer, I think. I think they'd probably be my biggest loser.
All right, Mike, what would you say?
I think I'm gonna go a little bit different with the winner. I'm gonna go with a team that only made 1 pick. I mean, we've established that like the Vikings probably had the best day one. I think the Broncos not having to move up and having Jerry Jeudy fall to them at 15, that's a huge win. I was also considering Jacksonville just because, I mean, yeah, say what you will about CJ Henderson at 9, but getting Caleb Chase on at 20 kind of makes up for any perceived reach there. But when you look at losers, I mean, Seattle comes to mind, Tennessee comes to mind. I don't like the Jets pick. I don't. To reach at 11. Tristan Wirfs was still there. And for a year where there's not going to be, rookie mini camps and OTAs are very different this year, you have the rawest of the raw prospects, and that's where you took him at 11, when Tristan Wirfs, who can come in, kick ass on either side of the ball. Tristan Wirfs played right tackle at Iowa because their left tackle couldn't play on the right side. He can play either way. I hate that pick. I don't like it. And yes, I didn't go with the Eagles for a very obvious reason. We've already seen me go off on that rant.
We don't need that more of that.
All right,
we really don't. I don't need more of that.
Oh Lord.
Oh boy. So it's me.
Yeah.
Winner. I'm gonna go with the Cardinals. I really, really like. I mean, they like we talked about earlier. You let a player fall into your lap and you went for him. And to me, they got a big difference maker on defense. And I think they got an elite talent right there at 8. That was much lower than I had him. I had him at 4. So I thought that was a big tumble. There was questions of whether teams kind of were devaluing because they don't know where to play him. And I like the Cardinals are like, we're going to play him. We're going to pick him. And they had the guts to go out and do that. And I think that's big. So they're my winner. And yeah, my loser is definitely Seattle. Jordan Brooks is such a reach. There's some other people like Miami mentioned. I don't think you can call them a loser to me because they got Tua and they got a tackle. And even though we don't think it's the best tackle, they got a tackle. And I think that's a big move for them because look at who they have at tackle right now. It's not pretty. And I don't know. Noah's interesting. I think he fits their scheme. He's a dev corner. We'll see what that turns into. But Seattle's the big loser because of Jordan Brooks. 3rd, 4th rounder to me, and that's just such a reach.
There were some bad picks.
Yeah,
it was some really, really weird picks.
Yeah, well, I don't know if we're gonna get Nick Faribault back in time, but I'll just say this: my winner of this draft has to be the Baltimore Ravens. I think they're a team that easily could have been to the Super Bowl had certain things gone down. Unfortunately they end up losing to the Titans, and then Kansas City goes on, whatever. But the Ravens are one of the best teams in the league, and they got even better. It's funny, we were talking about how they traded away Kenny Young, and they let this guy go and that guy go, and then they go out and they get Patrick Queen by what? They didn't move at all. He just fell into their lap at 28. This is my 7th overall player, so it's a 21 position difference for me on the board. So I love it. As far as the loser here, it's Miami. Miami, first off, I don't like the Tua pick. I think it's very risky, whereas I feel like Herbert wasn't as risky. I don't trust the medicals. I know he passed their physical. I still don't trust it. Saw what happened with Todd Gurley, saw what happened with Sam Bradford. Maybe it's just, a personal thing, but I don't trust the injuries. Would not have drafted Tua, would not have drafted him that high. I had him as a 2nd-round grade anyway. And then the Austin Jackson pick, you pretty much get another raw tackle, which you already have in Julian Davenport. So I don't feel like you actually address the need because you have to, once again, play the waiting game with him. Problem is Tua being, kind of, having those medical issues that we're talking about here. Now they go out and get a guy that's not ready to protect him. Don't get the logic there when there are better players on the board, including Josh Jones, who's somewhat still there. And then Noah, I'm not even going to pronounce that name.
Just Noah.
Igbenegini or whatever.
I'm not gonna lie. When Alexis went Noah, Auburn corner, I just lost it a little bit because I'm like, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so like he is a 2nd-round pick to me. I just didn't like. To me, I look at the Dolphins and I see 3 picks that they kind of wasted. They got their franchise quarterback, sure, but how long? Well, we saw Sam Bradford and people were like, oh, it's not a big deal. It's just a shoulder. And it's, it's a red flag shoulder. The shoulder injury never came back to bite him, but he ended up having injuries and it showed that he was injury prone.
Please don't remind me.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's a worrisome thing for me. And I just think you drafted a raw tackle that can't help you day one. And then you drafted a cornerback that doesn't actually fit what you're doing when you have other needs. So there's a reason why the Dolphins were picking 5th. And I don't know how much better they got today. I think that's what it comes down to. We could talk about Seattle completely whiffing on their first pick, but if Jordan Brooks ends up being good, I mean, the only thing is they passed on talent that was there. Plenty of teams did it last year. Plenty of teams probably did it earlier in the draft. But the Dolphins had 3 picks, and I feel like they just totally butchered all 3 of them, in my opinion.
The good news for the Dolphins is the fact they do have 2 picks in round 2 and a pick in round 3, and they have so many picks that you don't want them to miss, but they do have that luxury of being able to miss on 1 or 2 because and then they have 2 firsts and 2 seconds next year. They just have ammo upon ammo, and you can't keep missing on draft picks, obviously, because that's how you get fired and your team just goes to the dumpster. But
I also want to say that a team we haven't mentioned is the Cowboys. They definitely won with their pick. I know Tim.
I need a new podcast co-host. I need a new podcast co-host.
I don't know if they won.
I think they did with CeeDee Lamb. I mean, you get a top-notch wide receiver at 18, and you don't have to trade back or anything. You're probably picking Levon Chason or another need, and you get.
I would have taken Clavon. I would have taken Chase on because you're not taking a need at wide receiver so much, I feel like.
All right, guys. We have run out of time here. It is almost 12:30 on the East Coast.
Sucks to be on the East Coast.
Hey there. So we will be back tomorrow. I believe the draft starts at 7 p.m. So we'll be back tomorrow. Probably going to have the same people in here, similar, and maybe some more. So tune in. We will be on all platforms again: Facebook Live, Twitter, Periscope, Twitch, YouTube, you name it, we're on it. Hope you guys enjoyed day 1 of our Downtown Rams, Downtown Sports Network, live draft show. And we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back as well on Saturday. We're going to do the whole draft. Had some fun doing this. Thanks, guys, so much. Alexis, thank you so much for, forming this with me. Blaine, thank you so much for showing up. Devin, Mike, Ben, and Nick, who's no longer here. Appreciate all of you guys and all of your time that you gave on this draft evening.
See everyone.
Later, guys.
Yes.
Bye.